Yo, what's up, man? How you been?
Bro, you know, working like crazy.
Yo, for real?
Putting in those hours.
Okay. How about you?
Yeah, same, man. Overtime, actually.
Overtime.
Pulling in a lot of overtime last month, but you know how it is.
I do. I must have put in 3 doubles last week.
But then I had my day off, you know. I had a day off recently, and I said, you know what? I wish I was working.
Working on your day off.
Picked up a shift right there. Boop. Clocked in. Easy for me. You know how it is, though.
I know. I mean, I've been on that grind too, except I don't sleep anymore.
For real?
Low key.
Nocturnal laborer.
But I'm easy like that.
You know how it is.
Yeah, same. Except when I sleep, I dream of working.
Same, but I started no lunch.
Interesting. No water, no food, maybe some air.
You know how it is.
I'm on that diaper game.
You too.
Smart.
Same.
I mean, I poop and pee standing up from my employment. I'm on the clock.
I actually stopped clocking in.
Stop clocking in.
I work for free.
What?
You know how it is.
I actually give my paycheck back to my manager.
I pay him for my labor.
Same.
No pension, no benefits for me either.
Good for you. Good for us.
I'm just a horrible, naughty work goblin.
I'm down to straight nubbins.
Curious.
From all the cranking, welding, and machining that I do at my place of work. There was a radioactive breach at the mill, and everyone said, "Oh, we gotta go." And I said, "Nah. Let me get my hours."
And then all your coworkers want to unionize, and you're like,
I said, "Hey, no way. Hey, no way."
that sounds terrible. No regulations for me.
I once drove a cement truck through a school because I was running late for work.
Through a school?
Yeah, I got casualties from my workplace, and that's on God. MBD though.
You know how it is.
One day my manager said, "Hey, you gonna go work on the surface of the sun?" I said, "Bet, no problem, I'll be there."
You know how it be.
I pray every day by God that I die in some kind of Final Destiny, forklift collision, grease fire, inferno, insano, tragic factory accident, but it's all good because you know how that sacrificial workman attitude be. And when I die, throw my workless, lukewarm body into the factory furnace so that even in death, the carbon from my body may still increase production, but hell good, that's how I roll. Wait, where do you work again?
Part-time dog sitter.
You? I sell body butter on my Etsy store. Working hard or hardly working when you're hard. Hard dick.
Good morning.
We're gonna watch I fix. I'm curious how he fixed TypeScript because you know me and my love for TypeScript. It's like that.
What's up, wizards? I know you have just clicked on a very clickbaity thumbnail and video, but I think I can justify it. I have this week released a library that fixes some of the things that I hate about TypeScript. So I'm going to show you why I created it, how it works, and how you can install it. One of the things that's always bugged me about TypeScript.
Is it clickbait if the video delivers on exactly what it is? I think that's not clickbait. I think that's just good marketing. You know what I mean? That's just plain and simple, good old-fashioned marketing going on right then and there. It can be both. I think people technically get like scam bait confused with clickbait. Yeah, I could see that.
is that it sneaks in these any's into your code without you asking. Any in your code is going to make it less type safe, and I'm going to show you why. Let's imagine that we're getting something from local storage. We save that in an item variable which is either typed a string or null. We can say
I can already find myself. I'm getting triggered already. Okay, I'm getting triggered. Trigger intensifies. Seeing TypeScript already.
Say if the type of
Can we crank the volume? The problem is I don't know if I have like a good way to crank my volume. Sound dispatch here. I'm just gonna go like that and then try this.
item equals string, we can say that the passed item is JSON.parse item. Now we can extract things that we've stored in the local storage, like for instance an ID. But this passed item can't actually be trusted because this has been stored in local storage and local storage can be tampered with. Passed item could be null, which would result in a runtime error. So we should probably be wrapping this line in a check that checks if the ID exists. But it's kind
of... These runtime checks, this whole like in... Oh my goodness, it just... Oh man, I have a couple of these in the code I'm writing for this dumb library that I'm not loving right now, and it just frustrates the nonsense out of me that I have to do these things. I wish you could just go like parsed item.id. Like it just drives me wonky that we have to do this syntax. We can't simply do the other syntax.
of troubling that TypeScript doesn't warn us about this, and instead this is perfectly valid code. That's because the thing that comes back from passed item is any, which disables type checking on the thing that it represents. If passed item was typed as unknown instead, then it would force us to validate it properly. In this case, that means checking that passed item is an object, then checking that it's not null, and then checking...
Oh my goodness, these runtime checks. I just have something inside of me that hates the notion that a type system requires runtime cost. There's something about that that just drives me in general nuts. You know, it just does. It's just something about it. I just hate it. I just have always hated it. And so I expect Matt to fix this.
For developers who care about robustness in their applications, it's really frustrating that JSON parse returns any. And wouldn't it be better if it just returned unknown by default? Some of you are going to disagree, but I think some of you will be saying, yes, give it to me. Especially the lead developers out there who want to make sure that everyone underneath them is doing the best validation they can. Because if you don't validate, that's when bugs come. So this is how you do it. Back in our file now, we can see that passed item is represented as any. But if we import this library, total TypeScript TS reset, it suddenly changes its type to unknown. Now, if we remove all the validation code, it's going to yell at us properly. So this is the library that I've created, TS reset. You can install it via npm and then import it once into your project, and it will affect your entire project, and it will give you lots of little...
Oh, that's interesting that it affects the entire project. So that's another problem about just TypeScript in general, is that, again, here's me, here I go again, talking about Rust, right in the middle of a TypeScript thing. But one thing that Rust does incredible is that traits only affect where they're included at. Whereas with TypeScript, you just don't have that ability, I don't believe. So this one is you actually like monkey patch the entire system as opposed to inside that file. Which means that if you have a lot of JSON parsing and you're trying to implement this thing, it could be extremely difficult because it could require your entire stack to all be like fixed in like 1,000 different places, because you can't just do it for a singular file. So I wonder if he tried to pursue the singular file approach, because I do think that that would make it way more like tenable for longer run projects. Whereas like the entire project, like I couldn't do that. I mean, I'm already sold. This is already a good idea. This is actually a good idea. You should be doing this to begin with. I don't know why they went with any versus unknown on JSON. It's just terrible. It's super annoying. It just leads to all sorts of heartaches down the road. It just, I don't understand it. But at the same time, doing it for an entire project at once when you've relied on a specific behavior for so long, it could be like 900 spots you have to fix. Like imagine taking the multi-million line code base that is, TVUI or Thing at Netflix and just try flipping how something behaves. It'd be very difficult. I wish it could be a per file item.
Improvements like this that make your app more type safe and give you smarter inputs on certain things. Let's look at my personal favorite thing it fixes. Let's imagine that we've got an array. We have some strings in the array, but we also have a member which is undefined. Let's make a filtered version of that array that removes undefined. This is a shorthand for something like this, which has a similar effect. But the annoying thing here is that TypeScript still thinks that the filtered array contains undefined. So let's add the magic import and see what happens. Look at that. Now filtered array understands that it only contains strings, because when we pass a Boolean constructor to filter, it will now understand at the type level that you can remove all of the falsy values. And it's these tiny...
I think that that's really good. Like that's really genuinely super good. I think that the fact that this has to be done is insane, but the fact that this now exists is like, this is dramatically better than... Yeah, okay. Okay. This is what happens when your brain smokes TypeScript. Okay, it's not my fault that he got done smoking a little bit and then some of that devil's lettuce, some of that TypeScript, and this is what happens. But real talk, like the fact that this already isn't a thing in TypeScript just shows how inherently unstable the typing really is. The typing is not like, it's just not that safe. But these type of things make it more and more and more safe. It doesn't protect you from the other direction. I actually brought it up to him like, hey, the other direction I think is super dangerous. And we did talk about it. But we'll see. And for those that don't know what the other direction is here, let me, dude, why does my volume get reset every time I hit play? But seriously, so this is the, oh crap, I just did that. So this is the other direction, by the way, here. I'm just going to do it in here. Let's go like this, TypeScript. This is just markdown, so deal with it. This is valid TypeScript, so you can go like this. Function foo takes in a R, which is going to be a string or a number, and then you can just simply take R and you can push 69 to it, right? And now you can go R, or you can go const items equals hello, and you can go as string array, right? Very specifically, you can pass items into foo, and this is perfectly valid, which will produce yourself a number that is a string array that actually, or an array that is identified as a string array, but actually contains a number. And the reason why this is in TypeScript, they really believe in this whole duck typing thing, where a string array, an array of strings, is technically also, when you really think about it, you know, really think about it, it's also an array that's a string and numbers, you know, like, because there's just 0 numbers in this one. And so because of this, it allows for this type of casting, which to me just seems crazy. It seems crazy, dangerous and crazy and dangerous.
Many tweaks that I'm really excited for TS Reset. It does kind of bug me that I had to use this NPM organization as the start, but you're not going to believe this. While I was tweeting about this idea, someone stole TS Reset out from under me. It might have been a coincidence.
That's a dick move. Can we all be honest? That is a dick move. Okay, back-to-back raids, study time, great study time right here. Raid 537, Halsey, thank you for that as well. Look at that, just raids coming in, mamma mia, holy cow, look at that raid. This is so good. We're talking about TypeScript for those that don't know. We're only 30 minutes into the stream, already looking good, thick, FBI rated, bro. Let me finish up this video and then I'll say hello, all right?
But, you know, benefit of the doubt and all that. I'll have a link to TS Reset in the...
Was that a benefit of the doubt? What? You know, would you... I'll give it to you. I'll give it to you.
The description below. I'm really keen to see what you think of this. This is designed to be used in application code, not library code. Because if you use it in library code, then you might accidentally import it to the consumers of your library. And then they would be opting in to TS Reset.
Ooh, that's actually really difficult. So I think this is going to cause like a huge issue, right? Because library developers, they're probably going to want to use it, right? And then by using it, like, you know, on accident, it's going to cause problems. Like, it's a wonderful idea, but then you're going to have a bunch of these things where people are going to have to make sure it doesn't happen that way. I think it will be interesting, to say the least.
Without maybe knowing it. There's one final cool thing here. You can actually opt into only the rules that you care about. So
That's
if you
cool.
only care...
There you go. At least that's good. That's real good. I think that is by far probably the best approach right here, is that you must, or you should allow just partial, you know, opting in, because it'd be so hard to go through your whole project. You know, that's a lot. That's hard.
about JSON parse, then you can just import that one. Or if you want fetch to return unknown, then you can do that one instead. But if you want all of the recommended rules, then you can just remove this prefix and import from TS reset. So I don't know if I've fixed TypeScript by doing this. What I think I've done is I've made some ergonomic improvements more opt-in, so you can incrementally do what TypeScript may itself do in the future. I do believe that the TypeScript team has reasons for not making these changes.
I really think the TypeScript team should have made these changes a long time ago and just put it behind a flag. There's a reason why there's a strict flag. Just have super strict flag, super serial flag, right? Just throw Al Gore in there and just do super serial flag. The fact that this is not already a thing is a little bit crazy in TypeScript. Just offer levels of increased strictness for people to be able to do, for people to be like safer and safer. Feature flag the hell out of it. Honestly, feature flag, yeah, go from strict to actually strict. Spell it with a C, a K, and all sorts of CHs everywhere.
So I wouldn't bet on them being part of TypeScript anytime soon natively. TypeScript has too many libraries to support, it's too big an ecosystem to ship these kind of breaking changes. But having a reset that you can just opt in is perfect. Thank you so much for following along. You can find me at totaltypescript.com, which is my TypeScript course.
Yeah, he does have a TypeScript course. He is like the guy. If you want to learn TypeScript, this is the guy you learn TypeScript from, everybody. His name's Matt, okay? They call him Matt TypeScript Pocock on the internet. I've seen it actually done. Rich Harris, maybe.
Close to finally releasing it.
Wizard. They call him a wizard.
Finished the filming like a couple of days ago, and you should check out the beginner's course as well, which
Call
is
him a wizard.
Great primer and.
Anyways, this is good. This is fantastic. Always watch the video to the end if you like the person.
Basically, get a job doing TypeScript. I'll have another video that you can watch here, and a little face that you can subscribe to here. Thank you so much for following along, and do contribute to TS Reset. Read the README, see if there's anything that I could improve, and I'll see you very soon.
Welcome to Summoner's Rift. "30 seconds to respawn." Executed. Minions have spawned. Your team has destroyed a turret. Your turret has been destroyed.
Down the end of this road. Oh, señor. Down the end of this road. Oh, señor. Gracias, gracias, gracias. Causa. Down the end of this road, there's a port from where I'm going to search for and hopefully find a transport ship that can take me down the Amazon River towards the Colombian town of Leticia. Join me. Chica, estoy buscando una bote a Leticia. ¿No sabes dónde es eso? Leticia. Tú no sabes. Bote a Leticia.
Lancha.
Una bote a Leticia. ¿Cuál? Aquí, lancha. There is a boat to Leticia, and I'm hoping it's leaving today. Schedules, well, there is no schedule really. We're a transport ship. When it's filled up with goods, it goes. Hopefully, that's this evening. Leticia, ¿dónde? Wow, look at all these ships going down the Amazon, up the Amazon, different tributaries, taking different things. Look at it. Just loads of them. Wow. Supplying different towns and cities and villages with the goods that they need. Eso es para Leticia, señor. Para Leticia. Sí, claro, gracias. Hola, señor. Sí. Puedo. Gracias. Leticia, sí. Super. Oh my God. We found our boat and he said yes today. Oh my God, what do I do? Where do I go? Here. Oh. Careful as you go, my love. Vamos, señor. Vamos. Un minuto, señor. Por favor. Oh. I've had a local help me. He saw me struggling like an Englishman in the tropics. The hammock is ready on both sides, thanks to a young man from Venezuela, a chamo, the first Venezuelan we've met on our journey towards Venezuela. Over there in the very distance in a pink t-shirt is Benjamin. Now yesterday Benjamin bought a hammock, spent a lot of money on it. But when we came here to the boat, he realised he'd left it behind. Backpacker Benjamin. There he is. He's bought a new one. Altamonte. Okay. ¿Es lejos de Leticia o más cerca? Más alta. Ah, okay. Claro. ¿Tú vives allí? Oh, okay, claro. Wow. Oh, look who's down there.
I was trying to find you for eating.
Benjamin, come up.
Come in.
Top floor, mate. Top floor.
Is there room for beds up here?
You just come up. Well, I've left Ben to set his hammock up. Let's see if he can do it. We'll go back afterwards and see what stage it's in. As we come down to touch dry land for the last time, maybe for a few days. I don't know how long this journey is. It's definitely a couple of nights. The fact that I bought a hammock. Cerveza?
No.
No?
Para los mosquitos.
Oh, para mosquitos?
Claro.
Ah, okay. That man is, I thought it was beer, but he's taking mosquito coils, all the things you need in the villages and the towns on the Amazon. Think about it, things that we don't really need in our countries maybe. We don't really need a mosquito coil in England, but here we're being loaded up with things, probably mosquito nets, mosquito coils, all kinds of stuff, sprays. That's the Amazon for you. And of course, being Peru, they love noise. There's no such thing as the concept of noise pollution in Peru. Just a speaker blasting out some kind of sound, disturbing everyone here, and no doubt everyone in the house is behind the speaker. Look, wow. ¿Cuál piso es tuyo?
No, voy a pagar. Yo no voy a viajar.
¿No? ¿Por qué no?
Porque estoy metiendo la mercadería en mía. Estoy mandando.
Ah, solo tus cosas.
Ajá, estoy mandando.
Ok. ¿Qué cosas?
Cemento.
Ah, es tu business.
Sí.
Ok, claro, entiendo. Businesswoman. Okay. What I've noticed is lots of people here with Chinese features. And they are the descendants of people from China who came here in the 1800s to exploit the rubber. The rubber industry is worth a lot of money. And so Chinese people came here to Peru in the 1800s to make money in that business. And their descendants, Chinese-looking people, still live here over 100 years later. Wow.
No, that's fine.
That's fine. Oh yeah, sit in it and see if it's fine. Go on, sit in it. Sit in it, Ben, and watch what happens. Sit in it. Good luck, mate. Sit in it. You absolute numpty. Ben is just not cut out for travel on the Amazon. This guy's, he's going to embarrass me in front of everyone else. Benjamin. Chama, ¿no tienes hamaco? ¿No? ¿Cuántos días tú vas a viajar? Sin hamac? ¿Cómo tú puedes dormir? There's a guy there from Venezuela. He doesn't have a hammock. He's going to sleep on the floor, on the metal floor, for 2 days. ¿Cuántos es tu hamaco? ¿Cuántos es eso?
30.
30. Chamo. Para usted. Más cómodo. ¿Sí, normal? Normal, chamo, normal. Fino, 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 as they say in Venezuela. Que fino.
Conviene vivir para con Dios. Todo para uno, uno para todo. Anda, baila la aburema. Fundamento.
¿Cuántos días, Leticia?
Leticia, de aquí
3.
Dos noches y un día.
Ok, claro, claro. ¿A dónde usted?
Santa Rosa, Perú.
Santa Rosa, Perú.
Brasil,
Sí.
Colombia.
3 fronteras juntos, 3 países. Qué interesante. Qué interesante. The journey has begun.
La cosa apa. La cosa apa. La verdad, digamos.
We're laughing because the guy in the hammock next to me is awfully close. It's almost as if we're sharing a hammock. If I turn over and he turns over facing me, we'll be lips to lips. Good job I brought that Johnny in that town on the first video. All right, good luck. No kissing. It's 6 o'clock in the morning, and we're in some small village on the banks of the Amazon River. And I've never seen places like this before in my life. Little wooden towns, much more basic than the ones we saw even coming down from Pucallpa. And the difference here, the main difference here is they're full of Chinese people. I never expected that. Half the people in this village look Chinese, like they've stepped out the Shaolin Temple or some kung fu movie from the 1970s. It's very intriguing to see it. ¿O dónde viajas?
No, yo vivo más allá.
Más allá, ¿sí?
Más allá, sí.
¿Un pueblo en la Amazon?
Sí, sí, pueblo.
¿Sí? Entiendo, entiendo. ¿Cómo es la vida allí?
Sí, bien,
¿Sí?
bien.
Tranquilo, probablemente. ¿Sí? Sin delincuencias. Ah, es bueno. Mejor que grande ciudad entonces.
Sí, la ciudad es mucho problema.
Oh, siempre, siempre.
Ahí, acá ni sientes, no sabes ni qué pasa en la ciudad.
Sí.
El contenido y el presente cuadro de instrucción de los 10 mandamientos de la sagrada y perfecta ley de Dios. Hermanos, ahora como nuestro hermano está grabando,
There's a
qué
man on the
bueno,
boat giving a religious lecture,
mandamientos de Dios.
explaining right now the 10
Ahora vamos a
commandments.
predicar para que esta prédica se vaya hasta su país y el hermano predique. Thank you very much, hermano.
Oh, you're welcome, sir. You're welcome.
Las riquezas de este mundo con el sol se quemarán.
¿A dónde, señor? Finito. ¿Sí? ¿Tu pueblo? Sí, señor. Ok. ¿Después cuántos minutos? ¿Pronto? Ah, ok. Mucha suerte, señor. Mucha suerte. We're pulling into a town that is straight out of a 1970s kung fu flick. It's going to have a little walk around before the boat leaves again. Wow, what is this place? Oh, señor, ¿dónde, señor? Uah. Gracias. Wow, where are we? Where are we? This is like something out the flipping 1700s. If you took away this thing. Everyone's Chinese. Am I imagining it? Buenos días. Buenos días. Am I imagining it? Or is everyone flipping Chinese? It's like stepping off the boat in Canton, 1852. What a place. Not much going on, to be fair. Hola, señora. Wow. Una pregunta para usted, si yo puedo. Aquí en la Amazonas, muchas personas con cara como el chinos. ¿Es verdad? ¿O chinos? ¿Sí? ¿Muchos aquí? ¿No? ¿No? Ok. Yo creo es chinos. ¿No? She's saying they're not Chinese and I'm wrong. Have I just imagined the whole thing that these people look Chinese? Maybe that's just what the people of the Amazon look like. To me, they look Chinese. They've got those little beards like a Fu Manchu. Chinese features. Maybe I don't know. You decide. You can Google it. Adiós, señor. Otra vez. Suerte, señor. Suerte. Muchas gracias. Suerte contigo. Gracias. Are you trying to tell me he's not Chinese? That is a flipping Chinese man, surely. Oh, super, gracias. Muchas gracias, señor. Muchas gracias. Adiós. Suerte. Wow. I was given a bit of melon by Jesus. Have you ever had that happen to you? No. Has Benjamin? No. That's because he's sleeping in a hammock. Well, I'm out here meeting the gente of the Amazon. Are the people here Chinese? Because if they're not, I've made an absolute knob of myself for this entire video.
Look, I've just seen one walking past like a monk, and he just went onto the boat. So I'm getting the same.
You're getting Chinese vibes? Shaolin Kung Fu vibes?
Yeah.
There you go. I don't feel so bad. Ben is saying that there's Chinese, they look Chinese as well. Hopefully it's true. Señor. Señor! Aquí hay muchos los chinos, ¿sí? Sí, okay, claro. Interesante. Thank God I wasn't wrong. He said yes, there's lots of Chinese here. Wow, thank God. Otherwise I'd had to delete the whole first half of this video of me saying, look how Chinese they look. Racist. Adiós, amigos. Adiós. Suerte en el río. Es fuerte aguas. There goes a family to certain death down the rapids of the Amazon. You'll be reading about it in the news in a few days' time. Or not. Probably happens all the time. ¿Cuántos? ¿Quieres dinero? No puedo. No te preocupes. Por favor.
Muchas gracias.
Sin problemas. Todo es bien. ¿Eso tuyo? ¿Cómo? ¿A dónde? ¿Allí? We're carrying a lady's wood to a boat. What kind of adventures you have in villages? Cuidado, por favor, cuidado. Aguas. Sí. Oh my God, what a life. What a life. Cuidado. ¿Dónde? ¿Esta? Sí, aquí. This is your wood? Oh, this is your wood. What's alive? Wow. La vida es difícil. Más. ¿Ok? ¿Suficiente?
Sí.
Ok, ok. Mucha suerte, mi amor. Mucha suerte. Gracias, gracias. Gracias. Adiós. Suerte, suerte. Wow. Poor woman. All she's got is some sticks wrapped up that she's going to take back to her village somewhere on the Amazon. How different is that life from mine and probably from yours? Probably very different, right? Righty. Wow. There she goes, stumbling down the waterway. ¿A dónde tú vives, señor?
En la frontera.
En frontera también. ¿En cuál sitio? ¿Colombia, Perú, Brasil? Perú.
Ajá,
Peruano.
Así es, más al frente.
Muy cierto.
Leticia está acá y nosotros estamos allá al frente.
¿Tú nací?
Sí, yo nací ahí, en esa isla.
Oh, wow. Qué interesante. ¿Tú visitaste Lima antes en tu vida?
No,
nunca.
De Quito sí.
En Quito sí. Ok. Pero no Lima.
No, Lima. En Quito sí. Ahí está un tiempo.
¿Te sientes peruano?
Sí, claro.
¿Sí?
Claro.
¿Sí? Porque es muy lejos de capital, de Lima, más grande ciudad.
No,
pero en tu alma, tú eres peruano.
Claro. Tenemos sangre de colombiano y peruano.
Okay.
Y de brasilero también, porque mi bisabuela era brasilera. O sea, no, porque es que nosotros somos una mistura.
Y aquí, tal vez no es de verdad, pero muchas personas con cara como los chinos, ¿es verdad o no? ¿Sí?
Hay muchos.
¿Por qué? ¿Antes fue muchos chinos?
No. Lo que pasa es como te digo, esa etnia, o sea, ese idioma que hablan, por ejemplo, el marxés es así, es como hablar.
Sí.
Pero es una tribu, es una tribu.
Ah, sí. Marxés, no es el chino.
No son chinos, son peruanos.
Son peruanos.
Pero tienen dolor, sí. Pero es de una tribu llamada Marxés. Que fue amansado, ellos vivían en el monte. ¿Sí? Sí, eso es lo que tuvieron que hacer un trabajo con ellos, amansarlos. Ya salieron, son civilizados. ¿Ves? Son cosas en la vida que uno se olvida. Antiguamente tú hallabas indios ganando por aquí, por el río empanados, indios que se escapaban del monte, porque hay una tribu de indios antes que comían personas.
Sí, antes.
Bueno,
sí. Ahorita no.
Ya no. Ahorita ya no. Pues, sí.
Myself and Ben have stepped off a boat in a town called San Pablo because we've had no internet for 24 hours. And we're craving our internet fix. So we're going to go look some internet in the town of San Pablo. Señor, ¿dónde yo puedo buscar internet?
Internet,
Sí.
pagado, así pagado.
Sí, yo puedo
ahí nomás,
pagar.
ahí sitio, el hospedaje de 2 pesos.
¿Sí?
Sí, ahí hay.
Gracias. ¡Wow, señor! ¡Wow! Casi muerto. ¿Eres? Oh, sí, por favor. Oh, al final.
Gracias, también.
So I didn't just find internet in this town, I also found some kind of carnival. Or whatever it is, I don't know. never know what you're going to stumble across when you're looking for a bit of internet in a town in Peru. They do like a fiesta here. Let's get back on the boat. The Amazon today is a rather empty place with a few major exceptions such as Manaus and Iquitos, but it wasn't always like that. When the first European, Francisco de Orellana, sailed down the Amazon in the 1500s, he described seeing cities that matched European ones for size. Now that was always presumed to be somewhat false by modern historians. However, with new technology such as LiDAR mapping the Amazon, we are now rediscovering ancient cities here and proving that Francisco de Orellana was in fact correct. Well, we've stopped off on the boat at the last port of the night. Tomorrow morning we'll be pulling into, well, a small frontier town in Peru opposite the Colombian border. Benjamin, you had fun?
I've really enjoyed it. Loved it. Ready for a good night's sleep. Ready for Colombia.
Wow, for once he's quite positive. I'm shocked. Anyway, we're going to finish up our meal, get back on our boat, and we'll see you guys in the morning at a Peruvian border town. Good night from wherever the hell we are on the Amazon River. Wow. Señor, por favor, ¿dónde es inmigración? Inmigración Perú. Well, we've arrived at our boat's final destination, the very, very last village in Peru. Just over the water, over there, in the distance, is Colombia, where we're going to be heading. But before we go there, we have to sign out of the country. So let's go to the immigration hut. Through the mud. I can tell we're almost in Colombia because when I just asked somebody directions to the immigration hut, I said, "Si patron." Where have you heard "si patron" before? Narcos. Si patron. Oh, we finally made it through the mud to immigration. Migraciones en español. I've been stamped out of Peru. Got my exit stamp, Ben's getting his one. Hopefully he's not tried smuggling anything up his bum. We'll see. There he is. Oh. Well, that is the end of the portion of the journey that took place here in Peru. Now we're going to find the boat, cross the river, and head to the next country, Colombia. Gracias por su visita. You're welcome. You're welcome, Peru. Buenos. Oh, bien. Sí, bien, bien, bien. Oh, people are livening up. Now we're getting closer to Colombia. I've noticed there's a bit more liveliness in the air. Peruvians are quite quiet, but it seems not down this part of town. Ooh. Okay, senor. We're off. Ben's negotiated, he says. We're going to pay 5 soles each, which is just over £1. Seems fair to enter a new country. Oh, okay, senor. Necesito, ¿sí? Otro, ¿dónde? Yeah. Claro. How embarrassing to wear a life jacket. I know I look ridiculous, he's ruined the shot. I was going to look cool cruising across the Columbia, and I'm in this ridiculous thing. No street cred on the river. Wow. ¿Qué? Wow. I've been in this country 5 minutes and already I've been called guapo twice by some old ladies. Anyway, enough of me being so beautiful. We already know that. We're here on one of the 3 towns and 3 borders. This, the southernmost point pretty much of Colombia, is where 3 countries meet. Peru, where we were, just down the river, Colombia, where we are, and Brazil, about 500 meters away. We're going to see more of Colombia in a future video, no doubt. So let's just go and have a quick look over the border in Brazil. Might be our only chance to ever go and see a little bit of Brazil. So let's walk up to the Brazilian border and pop our head over. Maybe have a drink or something. Let's go. Welcome to Colombia. ¿Es una ciudad peligrosa, señor? ¿No? Ok, claro. Yo no entiendo por qué eso, pero ok. Suerte, suerte.
Epa, amigo, ¿qué tal?
Super, señor, super.
Claro que sí, ¿qué tal?
Quiero escuchar tu canción.
Ah, no lo sé. Una canción bonita para ti. ¿De qué parte?
Inglaterra, señor.
Oh, saludo especial para mi gente linda de Inglaterra. Para toda mi gente linda que viene del otro lugar del mundo, papá. Bienvenidos al Amazonas. Bienvenido a Colombia. Bienvenido a Inglaterra. Esta es su casa.
Gracias,
la casa
señor.
dulce de la bella Colombia. De la bella Colombia que quiere a los amigos nacionales e internacionales. Gracias, Inglaterra.
Gracias, señor. Gracias por la invitada.
Para toda mi gente linda, para toda la gente linda. Bienvenidos. Wow, qué hermoso, ¿no? La gente bella de Inglaterra, la voz latina. Bienvenidos, chicos.
Gracias, señor. Gracias.
Obrigado. Bye.
Qué interesante. Adiós, señor. Adiós.
Okay, adiós.
Viva Colombia. You don't get that walking down the street in Hove on a Tuesday afternoon at 3 o'clock. Difícil aquí para una persona de Inglaterra. Selvo es muy difícil. Vamos. Slippery. Oh, para colombiano también. Not only English people falling over in the mud of Colombia, Colombians fall over too sometimes. ¿Dónde es la frontera? Gracias. Oye, discúlpame. I'm in the middle of the road. ¿Aquí qué es eso? Esta. Esta, ¿no? Okay, claro, gracias. Getting shown to the border with Brazil. They said it's 500 meters, but in this weather it feels like a bloody major hike. Look at my head. Dripping, absolute dripping. Woo. Brazil, the land of samba. Woo. These are the kind of alleyways that they tell you not to walk down when you're in South America. Especially not when you've got a bloody expensive camera in your hand. We'll be okay. Whoa. Oh my God. Hola, la frontera con Brasil. Buscando. Arriba? Gracias. Difícil. Wow, look how people are living here in these huts, literally living in tin shacks, Here on the border between Colombia and Brazil. Look at these houses. And yet they seem to have electricity and probably running water, even if they don't have windows. Wow. Well, all the money changing places tell me we must be on the border. Must be around the corner. Is it? Yes. The border. I think, is it that easy? Is it that easy that we've got... ¿Eso es Brasil, señor, o Colombia, Tomatia? Brazil. Oh, we're in Brazil. Gracias, señor. Oh, we're in Brazil. Who knew? We walked around the corner in flipping Brazil. Welcome to Brazil. Another country ticked off the list. Both for myself and for the channel. Hell yeah, let's see what Brazil's like. I like it so far. Igual, ¿cómo estás? Sí, sí. Estoy grabando cómo es Brasil. Mi amor, ¿cómo estás? Bien? And this, there must be some kind of game going on. It's all happening here. Buenas. Football fans. Wow. Brazilians are a little bit more lively. We've only crossed the border a minute ago. We're already going nuts. What a place. Yes, we are in Brazil because look at the writing. In Brazil, you have different letters. Exporta chao, importa chao. If you look up there, you can see the letters are a little bit different. Sounds more Russian. This is Brazil. I suppose, well, I was going to stop there for a beer, but there's music blasting, which means demonetization. We'll have to go somewhere a little bit quieter. Wow, do I have to watch out now for people on motorbikes with guns? Like we've seen on YouTube 1,000 times. Señor, absolutely. Gracias. ¿Cómo estás? Bien? Wow, there we go. That was the most awkward fist bump. Then I went for a handshake and he didn't give it. I grabbed his wrist. That was so cringe. And look here. Por favor. I love Brazil. Look at it. I love Brazil. Just to prove we really are in Brazil. What else can we see to prove we're in Brazil? I know. The flipping Brazilian flag. Brasil. Por favor, si tú puedes. Ooh, man. What a hot and sweaty journey this has been. Well, mis amores, that is the end of the Amazon part of our trip through South America. I'm now heading back into Colombia to finish off my journey, to make the very last leg of the journey from Colombia to Venezuela, the land of chamos and chamas. So, until next time, hola mi amor, hola. What a sweetie. Until next time, when we're on the road, adios, amigos. Oh, and by the way, I think Ben is bottled out and he's refusing to come to Venezuela. He's leaving me to go alone at the last minute. But we'll survive, we'll be okay. So yeah, hope you enjoyed it. See you next time. Bye-bye from the border between Brazil and Colombia. Until next time, bye-bye. Adios, amigos. Adios, mis amores. Hola, mis amores, from the city of Pucallpa, here in the heart of the Amazon rainforest. This mysterious tropical region both terrified and fascinated the Incas from the Andean highlands. But we shall not be afraid as we now begin a journey along mighty rivers towards our next country on the road to Venezuela, Colombia. Join me. Hola, señor. Ooh, sweaty and hot here. Well, we've got days of river travel ahead of us through pirate country until we get to the town of Leticia in southern Colombia. So let's now go find a boat that's going to take us on the first leg of this journey down to the city of Iquitos.
¿Qué quieres? ¿Acá?
No, yo quiero buscar mi bote. Y después eso, Iquitos. ¿Sí? ¿Dónde? ¿Allá? Ok, gracias. ¿Por qué chocolate escriben aquí? ¿Por qué chocolate? ¿Te gusta chocolate?
Sí.
Okay, mi amor. Right then, let's get... Oh my God, I'm sweating. We really are in the rainforest. I am sweating like an absolute pig. But we've got to get down to the port where we're going to find our boat. And the boats that go down to Iquitos, well, it's going to be a hell of a journey. 28 hours. Hola, buenos días. Vamos. Chocolate lady is leading me to where the boat is. Sombrero? Okay, después. Oh. Chocolate lady, where are you going? Chocolado, ¿a dónde? Whew. We're following Chocolate Lady. Let's hope she's taking us to the right boat. Iquitos, ¿sí? Eso. ¿Qué es eso? Alcohol?
Whisky.
Un poquito. Oh my God. We're drinking un poquito. Vamos.
No, es una chola.
Es chola.
Chola, no,
Oh, señor. ¿Qué es eso? Muy fuerte. Un minuto. Vamos. My God. I don't know what I just drank. Hopefully it's not river water. Ah. Sí, claro. Otra vez. Sí, sí, sí. Gracias.
No tomes, malo tu hígado.
Sí, sí.
Acá es.
Ok, hola. Una boleta a Iquitos.
Sí, está bien. Ahí toma asiento, Ahí vamos a esperar, sí, hasta las 11:30.
¿Después cuántas horas? ¿Después cuántas
11:30 vamos a embarcar.
11:30. Super. Gracias. Right, we've got our ticket. Now let's go and have a look at the boat. Let's see what we're traveling on for 28 hours. Hope that's not vomit. Vamos, señor. Right, let's look for the boat that we're going on for 28 hours down to the city of Iquitos. I am sweating. I think it's one of these. Eso es para Iquitos, señor. Iquitos hoy, ¿sí? Wow, okay, interesante. Wow. This blue one, which is called the Coyote, is what we're going to be traveling down to Iquitos on for 28 hours. Bloody hell. Whew. There was another option, taking the freight boat. That one there, that big one down there, but that one takes 5 days. And so I thought 28 hours in a speedboat or 5 days on that one. Which one to take? Decided on this one. Already regretting it. That looks a lot more comfortable. Probably got a restaurant, a nightclub. Hang your hammock up. There she goes. The Henry 1. Off to Iquitos. Guy in the hat wants me to drink again. Hola, señor. Jesus. Oh, música. Me gusta, de peruano.
Canción de gringo, de ahí, baby. Una así que se vuelve así.
Por favor. Hola, señor. Wow. Señor.
¿Vas a viajar en Cori?
Yo, Iquitos hoy, Iquitos.
Ah, Iquitos.
Sí, rápido.
Cuando llegues a Iquitos, vete.
Wow, ¿qué es eso? Muy rico hombre, muy rico hombre.
Yo trabajo en mina.
Peligrosa aquí.
Ay,
cuidado.
Okay. Soy iquiteño.
Sí, yo sé. Hola, señor. ¿Qué es eso?
Yo soy del puerto de Belén, de Iquitos.
Ah, okay. COVID. I have no idea what that dude was on about. But we should really buy a little bit of stuff before we go. Hola, señor. Bien. ¿Cómo estás? ¿Todo bien? Ok, bien. Voy a Iquitos.
Yo soy de Peba, de Quito abajo.
¿Sí?
En Bora.
Bora.
Peba, de Peba, el caballo coche.
Hola, señor, también. Wow, this is a crazy place.
¿En tu país?
Sí.
Perú.
Ahí, Perú. Y soy de Inglaterra. Inglaterra. Hola.
Ahí está
¿Cómo estás? ¿Bien? Ok, bien. Yo voy a caminar un poquito y regresar. 5 minutos. Sí. Wow, everyone's pissed up in this market. Drinking homebrew. Hola, señor. Oh, otra vez. Sí.
Ya te cuento que. ¿De qué nacionalidad eres? De
Inglaterra.
Inglaterra.
Y yo viajando a través de Latinoamérica.
Y yo, peruanino acá,
Sí.
buscando para solucionar
Sí.
la operación de mi hija en el hospital.
Sí.
No tengo dinero.
Well, it feels so different here down in the Amazon than it did up in the mountains. Not just because the climate's changed and the people look different, but this really is the lifeblood of the economy of Peru, this and Lima. I mean, everywhere you look are just transport ships bringing in goods and taking out goods along the river, exploiting the resources of the Amazon rainforest. Wow, boats going to different villages, up and down, taking people to new towns that are probably 5, 6, 7 years old. Towns that were built hacked out of the trees, out of the forest, just to exploit what the Amazon has to offer. Yo no sé qué es eso. ¿Es una fruta? Ah, ¿cómo comer? ¿Cómo comer? Eso es para tomar. ¿Qué rico? ¿Qué es eso? ¿Qué es eso, señorita?
A base del aguaje.
Ah, agua de eso es eso. ¿Qué rico?
Sí.
¿Cómo se llama?
Aguaje.
Aguaje. Ok. Yo voy a probar uno.
Esto,
Gracias.
toma, esta es la fruta.
I'm going to try my first fruit from the Amazon River. That's the worst fruit I've ever eaten.
Este refresco.
Now I'm going to try just the juice. The juice is okay. The actual fruit itself is bloody nasty. Benjamin, got your present. Fruits from the Amazon rainforest. This is fruit? The most delicious fruit I've ever tried.
What's it spongy?
It's just a spongy fruit. Try one. It's really nice. It's really nice. Delicious. Oh, ¿tiene también? Everyone's eating the worst fruits in Peru.
It stinks of rotten cheese.
Easy, it's fruit. There you go. Time to begin the journey to Iquitos. Let's jump on the boat. No quiero, señor. Señor, barato, para usted. Wow. Señor. Gracias. Wow. Oh my God. We've got music. It's the party boat. Ben, welcome on board the party ship. What do you want, the aisle or the window?
Choose whatever you want.
Well, we'll swap around as we're doing it. You go first, mate. Jump in. What? No hay lugar para mi pie. Demasiado alto para eso. Are you ready then?
I'm ready. Are you ready? I'm excited.
I'm not sure if I am ready. No, gracias, señor. Gracias. I'm not sure if I am ready. And I hope we don't have to listen to this Peruvian music for the next 28 hours. ¿Cuántas horas de aquí? 10. So this gentleman on the other side is going to be travelling 10 hours to his town down on this river. We're on to the very end, for 28 hours. But yeah, this is the lifeblood or the communication line between many, many villages and towns all along this tributary of the Amazon River. Yeah, these boats go every day, up and down, up and down, up and down, taking people back to their villages, to places of work. It's going to be a hell journey, but fun. Playing on the TV now is the Happy Mondays of Peru. I'll show you. That's Sean Ryder on the left, and that's Bez on the right. Bye-bye. Alpha. This area that we're passing through belongs to the Jivaro tribe, the Jivaro people, a tribe that crossed the Bering Straits and settled here thousands of years ago. There was a tribe that the Incas tried to conquer. They descended from the Andean highlands, came down here into the Amazon basin, and had a war with the Jivaro people. But the Jivaros were victorious, thus ending the Incan advance into the Amazon jungle. start. We have stopped in the middle, Senor. We have stopped in the middle of absolutely nowhere, about 3 hours out of Calpa, in some little village. Hola, senor. Senora. In some little village in the middle of the Amazon, with chickens and a few boats and stuff. Hello. Hello. No one's ever stroked you before. No one's ever stroked you before, have they? Oh. This dog is a descendant from a dog brought over by Pizarro, the conquistador, because every dog in South America is descended from the dogs that he brought. He brought them to attack where the people he came across, the English. But nowadays, they're kind of chill and friendly. Look at him. Look. No one's ever stroked him before, probably. Look how friendly he is. Oh, I wish I could take him back with me. Yeah? Good boy. The conquistador's dog. Fácil, fácil. No tengo miedos. No tengo miedos. Sin problemas para... ¡Wow! Persona de Inglaterra. Pronto. Quick. We're all getting on sale that banana. How dare you touch my banana, madam? Keep your hands off my banana. What's that? Good?
Yeah.
Let's have a go then.
Very hot though.
Very hot? Maybe wait a little bit. Oh God. Oh no,
Leaking on
swapped
me.
it now. Oh, my banana's leaking on you. Oh God.
Don't drip on me.
Oh shit. Wait, it's too hot. We're just passing ship after ship that's carrying timber upriver to the main ports. The destruction of the Amazon rainforest is a very, very real thing, as we're seeing ourselves. Look at this place that we pulled into. Contamana, the pearl of the Akali River. Contamana. Let's check it out. Oh, dolphin! There was a dolphin there. There was a flipping river dolphin just here. Just missed it. Wow. Now the money. Look at that, John. Welcome to a town. A nice lady with one booby out. A mermaid, in fact. I like it. We've got about 10 minutes, so let's have a little look around on the main street. Whoa. Perdone. Wow. We're going to go and get a couple of beers. Journey. We can find some. Señor, ¿dónde yo puedo comprar cerveza aquí? Cerveza. ¿Cuál? Allí. Acata, sí? Okay. Acata. New word for me. Acata. I know acá, but acata. ¿Cervezas dónde? ¿Cervezas? ¿Cerveza? ¿No entiendes? No hay o no entiende? Cerveza. No? Okay, no. What's this place? Oh, sí. Hola, señora. ¿Cerveza? Claro. ¿Cómo yo? What should we go for? Let's go for a golden. No, look at that one. San Juan Cerveza. Yo quiero 2 cristal. Y, si yo puedo, 2 San Juan. Primera vez, yo voy a probar. Espero que rico. We've got beers. We can get back on the boat. Oof. Gonna try a couple of new beers. Hola, mi amores. Wow. Made them giggle. Isn't it interesting that these towns exist? Hundreds of kilometers from anywhere else, with a whole life going on, here in the middle of the Amazon jungle. Wow, so different from... Hola, mi amor. Wow. So different from the life that we know back home. just here on the banks of the river. And this boat pulling in is probably the highlight of their day. Hola, señor, ¿cómo estás? Bien? Bueno. I think it's time to open a San Juan Jaguar beer. The coolest looking beer I've ever seen. Benjamin, cheers to an adventure. Salut, an Amazon adventure. Oh, it's actually a pretty decent beer. Really good. San Juan, who knew? El sabor natural de la selva. I don't know what sabor means, but it says it's from the jungle. Jungle beer, jungle juice. ¿Cómo es la vida aquí? Sí, linda. ¿Sí?
Tranquila.
Sí, mejor que en Lima o...
Cero delincuencia.
Ok.
Eso es bueno.
No tienes problemas como en grandes ciudades.
Puedes andar toda la noche con tu plata en tu bolsillo. Eres feliz.
No peligroso.
No pasa nada.
Es
lo
bueno.
de este pueblo.
Sí, 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 sí,
Por
sí,
eso
sí.
me gusta.
Wow, súper. Es muy bueno cuando yo hablo con una persona y ella me dijo que mi vida es tranquilo.
Es verdad.
Súper.
Es verdad.
Yo quiero eso también en Inglaterra.
Acá lo tienes.
Mucho gusto, señor. Mucho gusto. Wow, that guy is happy to be here and living here. Isn't that nice to hear? He's like, Lindo, life is beautiful. I like that. Let's drink another swig of San Juan to this town and to living a life that is very lindo, beautiful. Qué chévere aquí. Uy. Gracias.
As you can tell, because the cockerels are crowing on the boat.
How did you sleep?
No, I didn't.
How many Jason Statham films did you see?
Seen them all. We've seen 5.
No one should have to watch 5 Jason Statham films in a row, lasting the night. Pure torture. When you're cruising down this river, you can't help but feel yourself something of an explorer. Of course, many thousands of people have been up and down this river, but still, just to be so far from civilization, to be in this wild region of forest, water, nature, can't help but feel this the very first reason to see it. So this boat is not only a passenger service up and down the river, there's also a lifeline for these small little villages and hamlets along the river. Connect posts, pass them on to people down the road, bring goods that aren't available around here. Here's another one we're about to stop at, just a house or two. Buenos días, señor. Buenos días. Hola, señor. ¿Puedo visitar tu pueblo? Sí. Gracias, señor. Permiso. Wow. Where are we? Another little village in the middle of nowhere. Not much going on here. Hello. Amigable? 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 Oh, sí, amigable. Oh, ok, super. Benjamín.
Benjamín.
¿Y tú, señor?
Yo,
Armando. ¿F de pueblo? Oh, ok. ok. ¿Aquí hay solo español o otro idioma también? Español, sí. Otro no es. Otro claro. So here they speak Spanish. Language, like I presume. Some kind of Amazonian language. Do you speak English? ¿Hablas inglés? No. No speak English. Ah, but you speak English. But Jefe speak English. Jefe speak English. Yes. Jefe speak English. Okay. What? Onto the face. I think I was just sworn at by a man in a village in the Amazon. Wow. I think he said something like fucking shit. Which I didn't expect at 8 o'clock in the morning in the Amazon. Our ship's captain is handing out biscuits to everyone. Si, senor. Fish. Fish? Where fish? Fish. Oh, yeah. And these are the fish that they're catching. Delicious. In English, rico? Rico? Delicious. Delicious. Okay. Tan mucho. Tienes todos. Everything. Carne. Pescado. Wow, todos. Bananas. Wow. Señor, mucho gusto. Muchas gracias. Muchas gracias. Good luck. Bye-bye. Thank you. Bye-bye, kids. Bye-bye. Bye-bye. And we're back on. We've turned off down this small waterway. It's like heart of darkness. There's these villages appearing on the banks. The guys are throwing backwards and forwards. That's like the very first one. To find a path down to try and find deeper waters. This is challenging territory for any captain. The river is constantly changing, depending on the season. So he really has his work cut out for him. That we're going through, there's some dolphins up here, some river dolphins so far from the ocean. You don't think of dolphins as being. There's some. Oh, dolphin, pink dolphin. Oh, see, there. Oh, dolphin! Whoa! Dolphin del Rio. What a journey this is. It's been absolutely incredible. Long. We've already been about 7 hours. Soon we'll be in the white. Bueno, capitán.
Amazonas.
Wow, sí, yo veo. ¿Dónde? Aquí.
Amazonas.
Sí, Amazonas.
Amazonas. Este es Marañón.
Wow, okay. Well, after 29 hours on board what has been an absolutely fantastical voyage through the jungle, the water's changing slightly, and that's because we have just reached the world's mightiest of rivers, named after the female warriors from the histories of Herodotus. Welcome to the Amazon River. Our journey is finally over, thank God. Capitán, 50-50 con él.
Gracias, amigo.
Adiós, gracias, señor, gracias. Have you still got your ticket? You dickhead, why did you throw your ticket where it includes transport? You have to pay. Numpty. No. Ah, numpty. Ah, look at that. I've got mine, which means free bus to Iquitos. Ben threw his away for no reason. Why did you throw it on the floor?
It was in my pocket, in my wallet, for like the entire 29 hours. I thought, I don't need this anymore.
And threw away. Hey, free ride to Iquitos. Benjamin, I'm paying. Yeah, there you go. Cash out. This will teach you, Ben, how to travel like a real man.
No sabe dónde es su. ¿Cuántos para él? Whoa, I'm saying you haven't got your ticket. He's saying you have your ticket.
I know Qantas.
How much you got to pay? See, travels in Latin America isn't for everyone. You've got to be a certain breed of toughness. Well, what we're finding out is...
He's having a breakdown as well off camera.
No, I'm not.
Come off it.
That was the greatest journey I've ever had. I love that boat. I thought that boat journey was fantastic. Not Ben. Look at him. Head in hands. Just contemplating life. Ben can't take any more. As we say in Spanish, fue demasiado para Benjamín. Fue demasiado. Para mí, todo es bueno. Me gusta. Oh. Well, I've got a fan, I've got a mosquito net. I've got a shower. And I've got a flipping Fiesta next to my room. I'm going to be keeping away tonight. Bloody hell. What a trip.
An enemy has
Hola, mis reinas from the city of Iquitos, a place that was hacked out of the Amazon jungle by missionaries in the 1800s. When I was walking in town this morning, I bumped into a local guy who said he would give me a tour of places that I might not find on my own. So for once, I'm going to have a tour guide. Let's go meet him and let's explore Iquitos.
Okay, Benji, welcome.
Thank you.
To Belém Market, okay?
Let's have a look at Belém Market.
Welcome, Ben.
Thank you, mate. Thank you. Causa.
So you can see, you know, all the potatoes.
Yep.
The potatoes, onion, garlic, we don't grow here. We bring by boat, like you came.
Yeah, yeah.
By ferry boat from
yeah.
Yurimaguas, from Pucallpa.
Okay.
That's where those products are quite expensive here.
Okay.
You know, because we don't grow here.
Understood. Look at all this fresh stuff that's come in, either grown in the Amazon or stuff that's been brought down, as Jorge said before, on boats like the one we came on from the north and brought down potatoes and things that don't grow here. Onions, maybe. I don't know what else doesn't grow in the Amazon, but anyway.
Tiger catfish.
Oh my God.
The Amazon. Tiger catfish, special meat, no bones, no spines, good, especially for the ceviche.
Okay.
Especially for the ceviche.
Peru's most famous dish is probably ceviche, and this is the
tiger catfish.
Tiger catfish from the Amazon. From the Amazon. From the Amazon that they use to make ceviche. Wow.
Okay.
Look at him.
Tiger catfish.
Tiger catfish. Okay.
Yeah.
Gracias, señora. Gracias, señora. Gracias, gracias.
So jungle rats.
Jungle rats.
Agouti
Jungle
paca.
rats.
Agouti paca. Jungle rats.
I ain't eating no jungle rat, George.
Like a rodent, like
George, I'm not eating jungle rats. I refuse. But I would. Oh.
It's very delicious.
What do you have here?
Very delicious meat.
Cool. Chévere, chévere, chévere. First copy. First copy. No underpants for me, thank you. No underpants for me. I got clean ones on today for once.
SVSS. You know what that means?
No.
7 times full sex.
If you drink this drink, you can have sex in one night.
But like if you want to drink like medicine, you can put your honeybee, drops of honeybee.
Oh, I just want sex 7 times in one night. Which one do I drink?
Good for cold, rheumatism, arthritis, like aperitif.
George,
you know, like
we don't care about rheumatism. We want sex 7 times in one night. What do we drink? I think George is regretting taking me on this tour. He realizes I'm just a child.
You know, espérame en el suelo. You know what that means? Espérame en el suelo. Wait me on the floor.
On the floor?
Wait me on the floor.
Wait me on the floor. Wait me on the floor?
You will wait the girl on the floor.
Wow, okay. It's getting...
That's what that means.
Okay. Wait for me on the floor. He's gone off with his aphrodisiac. He's going to go and make love 7 times tonight. Wow. Lucky lady.
There's a baby white caimans.
Oh my God.
Baby white caimans.
Oh my
yeah, baby
God.
white
Qué
caimans.
interesante,
yeah.
señora. ¿Y ayahuasca?
Yeah, that
Entonces
is
yo
the-
puedo
the-
comprar ayahuasca si yo quiero.
No.
Yo no voy a. Pero puedo experimentar.
No, if you want to try, you can be near to the shaman.
I'm scared.
How they prepare.
No.
How they prepare.
But if you wanted to, you could buy your ayahuasca here in this shop. I don't recommend it. I don't recommend going back to your hostel and drinking ayahuasca.
Yellowfoot turtle.
A yellowfoot turtle.
Yellowfoot
Oh my
turtle,
God.
yeah. And that is the
Oh, and there's the shell.
The shell. Yeah?
The shell. Wow. Yellowfoot turtle.
Or we call
This
motello.
is-
We call motello.
Motello. And here's a
Alive.
Oh, it's alive.
Alive.
Oh my God.
Alive.
Okay, George, don't
Alive.
hassle it.
Yeah?
Let it chill. One day you're swimming through the jungle, enjoying yourself in the Amazon. Next day, you're upside down in a shell on a table. Senor,
Mapacho cigarettes.
are you old enough to sell cigarettes? I'm not sure. We're going to try a jungle cigarette. I don't smoke.
Mapacho. We call them mapacho.
I'm having a mapacho. Rico? Rico. This lady says
pure,
Rico.
Pure tobacco.
Let's go
Pure
for it, George.
tobacco.
Fuerte, fuerte.
No, Rico. Más fuerte. Demasiado fuerte. Gracias.
The main square of Belém.
Okay.
Quite
So
small
now we're in an area called Belém.
We are already down
And this is the
in
main
Belém,
square. This is
and
Belém.
This is the big symbol, the Chinese donation.
Oh.
The Chinese people, they give to us like donation.
Yes.
Okay? Because
The Chinese, they gave Belém this and also COVID. Two things the Chinese
Yeah.
gave us. Wow.
And the water line.
So, okay.
Okay?
So the street that we're on is called Venice Street down here. This is the street, a typical kind of Peruvian street. And this here is the water line that it comes up to sometimes. You can see the rust here and not here. Every year, this whole street is flooded.
When the river's so high,
Yep.
the people, they have to move everything upstairs. On the first floor, they use like canoe garage.
They call the downstairs shops canoe garages. And here's the music. Let's get it going. When I thought of an Amazon small town, this is kind of what I imagined. Let me show you. These kind of buildings up here, the wooden houses, overhanging little balconies, drying their clothes and stuff. Hello, how are you? Do you speak English? No entiendo English? My Spanish has gone downhill since the mountains. Oh, confrontation. Nope, okay. Hola, señor. Oh, ¿qué? ¿Muerte?
No, vivo todavía está.
Vivo todavía? Very sick. Oh, shit. Okay, señor. That's the reality of life here. Just a cat dying on the street. Ah, shit. Well, there's a way to bloody make me feel depressed the rest of the day. The Cowsers here, they love to play music and to drink and have a good time. Oh, like this guy. Check this guy out. Muerte. Ah, okay. He lives. He's alive. Oh my God. Demasiado baracho, creo que. Demasiado. Wow. They like to have a drink here, the Cowsers. What a place. We're going on a boat to the floating area. Hola, Cowsers. Aquí? Gracias, señor.
Sit down here, right here.
I'm here. Estoy aquí. Thank you, George. Let's have an adventure on the water. Wow.
Yeah, George,
Vamos,
huh?
señor. Vamos.
Yeah.
This is the life floating on the beautiful, clear waters of the Amazon.
How do you like the floating houses?
I like them. Wow, that one's falling in the water. Wow, look. Some of them are almost underwater.
Everybody have electricity. Everybody have electricity and filtered water.
Wow.
Potable water for the drink.
All these houses, they have tap water and electricity. Wow, but look at them. This is so primitive compared to what we're used to, obviously, in places we've been to before. Wow. On the side of the houses, like everywhere else in Peru, they have political slogans, different parties, and people who are standing for election. And over there is
El Gordito Vidaure. And El Gordito means the little fat one. So that's what he calls himself. Can you imagine in Western Europe or in America if a politician called themselves little fatty, fat shaming? Anyway, but here, there's nothing wrong with being a bit tubby. Probably a good thing, means you got food to eat. El Gordito Vidaure. Gracias, causa. Gracias. Suerte. Well, we've crossed the river. I've got myself a bottle of crystal, and we're walking through the village called San Jose, which is, I wanted to show you especially just because the architecture here. Everything is on stilts. These wooden houses are on stilts. And the reason... Yeah, volleyball even. And the reason everything is built on stilts is because every year the river comes up. Every year the river comes up. And you can see the water line halfway up the houses. Flipping heck. Yeah, and they have satellites and probably toilets and hammocks. Hola, niños. Hola. And yeah, this is the village. Wow.
You can put in your shoulder.
Oh, senor. Oh my God. There's a baby sloth on this woman we've just seen. Oh my God, the cutest animal I've ever seen. How do I put it here? Oh my God, I don't want to choke him. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Come on, come on, come on, come on. No problem. Oh my God, that's the cutest little creature. Why does she have it? Why does she have it? Did she find it?
Yeah, they found it around here.
Oh my God, a little baby sloth.
Yeah, they found it into the forest where we were.
I have a friend in Europe called Melissa who loves sloths. I'm calling it Melissa. Looks just like her. Oh my God, what a little cute little baby. Quiero comprar. Quiero comprar. Oh. Oh, my little sloth friend. Oh my God, that's so sad. Okay, gracias, gracias. Sí, causa. Bueno. ¿Cómo estás? Estoy contigo.
Sí.
Wow.
Ahora soy yo.
¿Qué es eso?
Carnaval.
¿Carnaval?
Te muestro.
Sí. Ah, tengo.
Ahí nomás.
Sí. Contigo, señor, contigo.
La charapa.
It's a shell of a tortoise. Para comer, para carnaval.
Con todo.
Yeah?
Vamos a ponerlo.
You wear it? Like a jacket?
Ah, claro.
Ok, interesante. Ok, explícame, por favor.
Ya.
Primera vez yo vi eso.
Primera vez, ¿ves?
Primera vez en mi vida.
Voy a poner.
Wow. Okay. Oh.
La charapa.
Yes, you're like a Teenage Mutant Ninja. You know
sí.
Teenage Mutant Ninja?
Tortuga Ninja.
Yeah, it's you. Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. Donatello. Nuevo nombre, Donatello.
Saca de acá.
Turtles in a half shell. Turtle power.
No.
Wow, primera vez yo vi eso. Qué chévere, qué chévere. Loreto. Qué chévere. Oh. Mucho gusto, señor. Mucho gusto. Oh, ¿qué es eso? Ah, we're switching up. Hulk and, wow, crossover. Ninja Turtle and Hulk. That's my thumbnail. Qué interesante, Jorge. He's going for a walk. We're following him. Ah. You're going to climb it?
Sí.
Sí? Okay. Come on. Eso, carnival, para carnival. You are freaking me out with your bars.
Yeah.
This guy's freaking me out.
Next time they will cut it.
They'll cut it. Fall over and dancing. Dancing out. Ah, okay.
Ay.
Yeah?
Le gusta.
Sí, me gusta. Oh, yo quiero gustar. Wow, what a crazy village. Is this cerveza or ayahuasca? I don't know if I just imagined that encounter. Hola todos, buenos. It's been an amazing tour. What are we doing? We fist bumping? Fist bumping. It's been an amazing tour. If you come to Iquitos and you want a tour of this region, see what I just saw, those villages and market, look up Jorge. He's always around. He'll find you, probably. Yeah?
Okay, my friend. I hope you enjoy very much in this Belém market and this village tour.
Exactly. We had a great time. Okay? It's been amazing, my friend. Thank you so much. Okay, so, guys, goodbye from the Amazon River, which is what we're going to be traveling on tomorrow, as we continue our journey down to Colombia, to the town of Leticia. See you on the boat. Let's go, Jorge. Suerte, suerte, todos.
I just had a nightmare that I have 240 brands of toilet paper. It wasn't a nightmare. This is the US. I always enjoy coming back to the US to see family, friends, nature. The nature is unbeatable, especially in a place like California. But living in the US is sort of like living in one big Hollywood movie. It's an experience. The good, the bad, and the ugly. And after 4 years in Europe, I'm back in the US at the moment. So let me show you how I see the US now. It's time to do some grocery shopping. And of course, I hop in my car and drive 2 blocks to my local supermarket. And why walk when one can drive? Grocery shopping is an experience, an adventure. You see, I'm used to only 1 or 2 choices of brands to choose from in the Netherlands. Here, there are like 50 brands of everything to choose from toilet paper to sausages to coffee. Let's see, hazelnut, maple pecan. I'm gonna go with caramel spice this time. On one hand, the variety is amazing. On the other, it can take me up to 15 minutes to buy toilet paper. And oh, do you know about our national treasure, Costco? At Costco, you'll find anything and everything in the extra large. Everything really is bigger in the US. Plus the free samples, and the cheap hot dogs, and yes, unlimited drink refills. This is America.
Holy crap, the selection is crazy. And while it's really nice to come back and see all this variety in supermarkets from Safeway to Costco to Trader Joe's, it can be sometimes overwhelming when you have every single possible combination of coffee, toilet paper, and it can take me up to 20 minutes to buy a bag of chips. And the thing about free soda refills, while I still love the concept, and I loved it as a child, it's actually not so free because it's going to cost you in the long run in terms of your health.
It's time to go meet some friends for lunch. And on the way there, I see them. Oh my. It's always a shock. The homeless. This is the part that Hollywood never shows. But life goes on. It's part of everyday life in a big city. But I am looking forward to lunch and the food scene in the US. From Asian to Mexican to everything in between. There is something for everyone. And fast food everywhere. Every block. Every mall. Every day. No wonder everyone is so big. Damn. I already gained 20 pounds. But I know I will lose it all when I get back to the Netherlands. And during lunch, my friend mentions her son had an allergic reaction. Went to the emergency room. Luckily, he was fine, but they received a bill for $20,000. And then my other friend tells me about the time he fainted, got transported to the ER, and was handed a $10,000 bill. It definitely makes one think twice before deciding to go to the ER. And then we talk about work, which is the most American thing to talk about. And he tells me casually, it's fine, same old, had to work this past weekend. Still working 60 hours a week. And I think to myself,
if I ever decide to return back to the US, I think it would be quite difficult for me to adapt back to the American way of life, culture, in terms of working, the number of hours, the stress, the lack of vacation, the fact that people don't take their vacation days. But I do miss parts of American work culture, the drive, the ambition, the energy, being surrounded by people who are very ambitious about their careers. It drove me to become a better person, a more confident person. And to be honest, I do miss that because that is part of my DNA growing up in the US. But it's a trade-off, right? It's a trade-off between, yes, you do make a lot more money in the US, but the trade-off is time.
And then we start talking about vacation. Another friend tells me about his jam-packed 1-week vacation visiting 4 countries. And I was like, how is that possible? 4 countries, 1 week? Then I remember. That's how I used to travel as well.
And that's the thing, right? When you don't have that much time, you learn to pack everything in. I remember when I was traveling to Europe during my first time, I traveled to 10 countries in 2 weeks because, well, when you only have 2 weeks, you learn to pack everything in. I had this Google Sheets, the agenda every day from 7 a.m. to 10 p.m. Every hour had an agenda, something to do. And that's the thing, right? When you travel so far to Europe, to Asia, from the US, you only have 1-2 weeks. You better make the most out of your time. Now let's get back to paying the bill.
But wait, what the hell is this? Sales tax? Tip? Madness! I need to walk off this madness and the lunch. I walk towards Stanford University, which is nearby. I walk and I walk, and then I realize that I'm the only person walking. Oh wow, it's a lot further than I thought. No wonder nobody walks in the US. I arrived at campus to see a bunch of tourists. American universities, especially elite ones, are tourist hotspots. The brand name, the letters, the cost of tuition. It's one of the biggest businesses in the US. And then I overhear some people talking about the most recent mass shooting.
A mass shooting at an American school in suburban Denver.
We are 25 days in, and there have been 40 mass shootings.
Natural disasters are one phenomenon we cannot prevent in our world. These occurrences are sometimes way beyond devastating, but whenever a new disaster is about to strike, all we have as a source of strength is hope that not many properties and lives will be lost. Well, that period is here again, as the worst tsunami in Earth's history will strike hard in 2023. Who predicted this incoming disaster? When will it happen? And where will it take place? Join us as we explore the worst tsunami in Earth's history and its finally about to happen in 2023. Among the natural disasters we've experienced in the Earth's history, such as earthquakes, hurricanes, and wildfires, a tsunami is a different type of ballgame. This type of natural disaster happens due to another disaster that occurred earlier. Tsunamis are basically ocean waves that are triggered by large and powerful earthquakes that happen near or under the ocean. These types of earthquakes are also called underwater earthquakes, but are not the only factors that trigger a tsunami. Tsunamis can also happen as a result of volcanic eruptions, submarine landslides, and onshore landslides in which large volumes of debris fall into the water. The main reason why this natural disaster is greatly feared is that one bad event can bring about huge death tolls and destruction when it happens, and its magnitude can only be predicted after an earthquake occurs. That is the reason why a new terrible tsunami has been predicted to happen after a powerful earthquake troubled the people of Turkey and Syria. This warning came after the terrifying 7.8 magnitude that struck in parts of Turkey and Syria. After it happened, the authorities in Italy issued a warning about an imminent tsunami risk in the Italian coastal areas. It came as a statement from the Italian Department of Civil Protection, where they warned people in the country, especially those living close to the coastal areas, to move to higher areas, and once there they should wait for more information. This means a tsunami is slowly rearing its head if it's not already here. The Department of Civil Protection also took to Twitter to express the same concerns, and judging from the massive 7.8 magnitude earthquake that jolted southeast Turkey and Syria, the tsunami would be packing quite a punch. This huge 7.8 magnitude earthquake that rocked southeast Turkey and Syria, which led to the announcement of this tsunami, took the lives of at least 207 people. The Syrian Health Ministry even went into detail, stating that at least 111 people lost their lives across Aleppo, Hama, and Latakia. As a result, the Turkish authorities declared a nationwide emergency alert. It was a shocking event nobody expected. As soon as the message got out, US President Joe Biden directed USAID and other federal agencies to review the situation in the two Middle Eastern countries and how bad it was. Jake Sullivan, the White House National Security Advisor, sent his thoughts about the earthquake through Twitter, expressing his profound concern for the victims of the tragic incident. The post read, "The US is profoundly concerned by today's destructive earthquake in Turkey and Syria. I've been in touch with Turkish officials to relay that we stand ready to provide any and all needed assistance. We will continue to closely monitor the situation in coordination with Turkey." Sullivan wrote on Twitter, "Based on reports made by the local media, the earthquake's magnitude was so powerful that its tremors were felt as far away as Cairo in Egypt. That's a whopping 768 miles. Also, the last time such a terrible event occurred in Turkey was in 1999. It was an unforgettable moment in the country's history because over 17,000 people died in a natural disaster around the northwest region of the Middle Eastern country. So you see, these occurrences cannot be played with, and the tsunami is just another stone that rolls down the slope after an earthquake happens. The way an earthquake can claim people's lives when it strikes is the same way the tsunami operates. Sometimes the tsunami might be even crazier. They claim the lives of approximately 230,000 people in Indonesia in 2004, 525 in Chile in 2010, and 15,000 people in Japan in 2011. Unbelievable, right? Nature is beautiful, but it can get terrifying at certain moments. Sometimes when we go to the beach, we always love how the water comes close to the beach with its levels rising. Unfortunately, that's a huge sign to take note of. Rising levels may mean that future tsunamis will have a greater impact when they happen, as more water will flood the affected area. Tsunami headlines that have been heard until now have come from outside of Europe. That doesn't mean that this will be the first time Europe would experience a tsunami if it happens. The European coastline has experienced tsunamis in the past, especially around the Northeast Atlantic Ocean and the Mediterranean Sea. In fact, researchers have postulated that these regions face increasing risk due to the year-round presence of millions of tourists and the placement of critical infrastructure along the shores. The alert the Italian Department of Civil Protection announced about the Mediterranean Sea might just be true, because a Mediterranean tsunami also seems around the corner. This puts Marseille, Alexandria, and Istanbul in a tight spot, because according to the United Nations Educational, Scientific and Cultural Organization, there is a significant tsunami risk. And this risk is not just on the high side, but a staggering 100%. With this warning, the United Nations Educational, Scientific and Cultural Organization has alerted and urged coastal cities to become tsunami ready. Is it just me, or does it feel like 2020 is happening all over again but with a different plot? This tsunami set to hit major cities on or near the Mediterranean Sea has an almost 100% chance of a wave reaching more than a meter high, and it's predicted to soar as sea level rise. While communities in the Pacific and the Indian Ocean, where most tsunamis occur, were often aware of the danger that surrounds them, such dangers weren't given much thought, therefore underestimated in other coastal regions, including the Mediterranean, UNESCO said. Now, the United Nations Educational, Scientific and Cultural Organization has made it clear that 5 at-risk communities in the Mediterranean area will join 40 other tsunami-ready towns and cities in 21 countries by this year. Apart from Marseille, Alexandria and Istanbul that was given a warning about this looming danger, other towns and cities were included in the alert sent out by UNESCO, including Cannes and Chipiona, a town located on Spain's Atlantic coast near Cadiz. The Tsunami Ready program is part of UNESCO's broader effort, and it was launched ahead of the United Nations Oceans Conference, which took place in Lisbon. This program was held to ensure and inform all at-risk communities effectively, so they will know the steps to take in preparation for a tsunami and when it happens by 2030. This Tsunami Ready program was not just an idea, but an idea to prevent or limit any other forthcoming disasters. The Indian Ocean tsunami, which happened on Boxing Day 2004, remains the deadliest tsunami in history. It killed an estimated 230,000 people in 14 countries. And while losses of the Indian Ocean tsunami were still being recuperated, another disaster struck. A 9.1 magnitude earthquake and tsunami in 2011 reached nearly 40 meters in height and claimed the lives of over 17,000 people in Japan. The tsunamis of 2004 and 2011 were a wake-up call, said Bernardo Aliaga, a lead tsunami expert at UNESCO. We have come a long way since 2004 and are safer today. However, there are gaps in preparedness which require improvement. One of the ways we have to improve on the preparedness of these inevitable natural disasters is the need to make visitors and communities understand certain warnings. Ever since the 2004 Indian Ocean tsunami happened, UNESCO's Pacific Tsunami Warning Center, hosted by the United States of America, has responded to 125 tsunami events. These events happen an average of 7 a year. For such concentration to be on the tsunamis, it shows how much work has been put in on these projects. While studies and analysis were carried out on these tsunamis, Aliaga noted that the upstream is in good shape, saying that the work has been done to create 12 tsunami warning centers, covering a major part of the ocean, including the Mediterranean. The warning centers established comprise 5 in the Northeast Atlantic and Mediterranean. This also includes Greece,
So this is a propaganda photo shoot for a subway system in China. Watch closely. So what did that nonsense have to do with this? And more importantly, what does any of this have to do with the earthquakes that have devastated parts of Turkey and Syria? Well, quite a lot, as you'll find out. Coffee shops these days are kind of more like offices than coffee shops, let's be honest. While you're sitting there slurping down a delicious latte, people are doing serious business. We're talking about meetings, sending off emails, doing very important stuff online. And this is all well and good, but we have to talk about the big security risk that comes with this. That's why I'm happy to work with today's sponsor, Guardio. Finally, an incredibly even, as well as our happy to end extension and you. Information of free trial is io/serp covers whole while visiting. Back is the Chinese government up to this time? Well, turning a tragedy into an Olympic sporting event is one thing. Let's get into this. All right. First of all, I just have to get this out of the way. Tragedy. Whenever tragedy strikes, the noblest thing to do is to help out. If you can physically help out, if you're actually there to help out, no matter what the tragedy is, a car accident, an earthquake, anything, someone drowning in the water. If you can help out, if you can reach out and do something, and you do it, that's noble. If you're not there to physically do it, sending supplies or sending financial aid or whatever it is, if you could do that, that's noble. That's the right thing to do. That's the humanitarian thing to do. And if you don't have the means to send anything, sending your emotional support, whether it be through sending condolences or prayers or whatever the case, that too is a noble humanitarian thing to do. Jumping on a tragedy and trying to use it to further your narrative and to further your political clout, that is disgusting behavior. And this is something we've seen. And I clearly, before I get into this, want to draw a line once again between the Chinese government and the people of China. And the reason I'm saying this is I've had some of my Chinese friends and some of my friends in China right now reach out to me and tell me that they're really upset about what's been going on as far as the earthquake in Turkey and Syria. And they wanted to assure me that they and their friends have been raising funds and have been sending what they can. And of course they are. It's not bullshit. It's not made up. But the behavior of the government is what's irking them and what's irking me and should irk you too. Now, the way I'm going to talk about the events surrounding what happened here might sound a little callous. I have to take a step back and remove myself from the actual tragedy that's happened. It's just off the charts. The human cost of this earthquake has been appalling. One thing that's been a fantastic respite to this is the stories of people being rescued and the very human stories of fathers protecting their children and mothers protecting their children and sisters and brothers protecting each other, and just the struggle of people surviving and coming out of this rubble has been incredibly heartwarming. And once again, shone a light on humanity and, you know, the fact that we are all humans and we are all in this life together, and we should, if at all possible, help each other out. But, like I said, I'm going to take a step back. As soon as the earthquake hit, of course, the volunteer rescue forces kicked into high gear around the entire world. All countries that could send in volunteers and rescue workers and aid did do so. Now, specifically for China, this was a great opportunity for them. And that's because, as we all know, China's kind of a little bit under the spotlight right now with its spy balloon that it flew over the United States and various other little mix-ups that have been happening. So it's a very welcome distraction for them to focus on in order to take some of the heat away from their present bad actions. And I believe this is what's led to this terrible dog and pony show that we're going to talk about here. You see, when China sends its volunteers, it's more like volunteer diplomacy. If you look at the way it's been done, it's not about going there to help rescue lives and save lives. It's going there to show, look at how great China is. Look at how amazing we are. And I'm going to give you a perfect example of this. You see, the Hong Kong rescue team arrived first. Now, we all know the situation with China and Hong Kong is a little bit complicated. Hong Kong was handed back to China, but, you know, it still is its own country for all intents and purposes. It still has its own currency, its own laws, kind of, its own border. It's, you know, everything's a bit different, but it does fall under China. So they arrived first. But they were forced to wait 10 hours before they were allowed to go out and rescue anyone. 10 hours. Now, do you know why they were forced to wait 10 hours? It's because they had to wait for the mainland Chinese contingent to arrive, and they had to wait for a flag-raising ceremony. In other words, raising up the Chinese flag and singing the Chinese national anthem for the cameras. They had to wait for that to all be done before they were allowed to go out and rescue people. Now, I gotta tell you, when you're in a situation like the whole Turkey earthquake situation where people are being crushed to death under rubble, 10 hours is the difference between life and death. If those Hong Kong rescue workers who were there, ready, equipped, ready to go out into the field to go and help people and rescue people, if they were allowed to go out as soon as they had arrived instead of having to wait around for this stupid flag-raising ceremony and singing the national anthem for the cameras bullshit, many more lives would have been saved. Now, that's not me making something up. Anyone who's worked in any kind of emergency situation knows that time is your biggest enemy. So, that's number one blunder. And of course, why was it done? It was done so that China could look great and look like they're coming in there with a flag and all that crap. Now, speaking of flags, this is the next big issue. People have been complaining about this. The Chinese rescue groups have been planting the national flag of China in rescue zones all over. And what they do is they go to a site where there are rescue workers from all different countries, and they'll go and put their flag down as if they've landed on the moon or as if they've conquered a new country or a continent or something, and then they'll go help out with the rescue work. It's incredibly unnecessary and in many ways insulting because they try to claim ownership of the rescue operation by having their national flag flying there. We're not seeing the same thing happen with other nationalities. We're not seeing like an American flag planted in the rubble over there while you've got multinational rescuers all working together. This combined with the absolute shameless promotion of this event, of these rescue events, by the Chinese officials on Twitter and other social media is disgusting. Miracles happen under the 5-star red flag. What an audacious thing to say. This has got nothing to do with that stupid flag. It's got everything to do with the rescue workers rescuing that girl. This kind of arrogance is absolutely disgusting. I mean, I can think of a lot of things that have happened under that 5-star red flag that are far from miracles. Every single time somebody's rescued and a Chinese rescue worker happens to be in the vicinity, they've been posting it as if it's some kind of victory. Now, please don't misunderstand me here. I'm incredibly grateful for any Chinese rescue worker that has aided in rescuing anybody, because at the end of the day, that's the most important thing here, is that people are rescued. The most important thing is that people are receiving aid and help and any kind of assistance that they can get right now. And good on the Chinese rescue workers for helping out. But it's so tasteless the way that the Chinese officials have been portraying this situation. In fact, most of the photos that they've been sharing, it looks as if the Chinese rescue workers have photobombed them. There'll be like an international rescue effort and there'll be a single Chinese rescue team member happens to be in the photo and China claims victory for this rescue, tries to take ownership. And that's the tasteless thing here, is it's not about which countries rescued who, it's about rescue workers rescuing people. They haven't mentioned any other rescues that have been taking part. It's only if there happens to be a Chinese rescue worker nearby that they suddenly claim it as if China has helped out so much and it's China's the reason that this person was rescued. You can read between the lines very clearly here. Now this escalated to even greater heights, with the Chinese Consul General out of Belfast tweeting that a bridge that was built by the Chinese Belt and Road Initiative survived the earthquakes, to show the strength of the Chinese construction, I suppose, and the friendship between Turkey and China. It turns out that this bridge was like 1,000 kilometers away from the earthquake anyway, and that it had nothing to do with China. It was built by Korea. And it wasn't only her, it was also the French Chinese consulate tweeted out the same thing about this bridge surviving. See how good the Chinese bridge is that it can survive this earthquake. It's infuriating, like I said, because that bridge has nothing to do with China, and it's got nothing to do with the earthquake. But it's this whole idea of boosting China's image on the backs of a tragedy. We saw this countless times during the COVID lockdowns and the COVID pandemic in China. We had these ridiculous scenes where they'd park a truck a couple of hundred meters away from the entrance of a building and then create like a human chain of people passing food packages or supplies of some kind down these long chains to reach the door, to show this concerted effort and how amazing the rescue workers are and the healthcare workers were and how much hard work they were putting in. Meanwhile, of course, they could have driven the truck just up to the door. There's an empty road there, and they're only doing it for optics, doing it for the camera. And that's what the Chinese government does, is to them, the image of something is more important than the thing itself. In other words, the image that something is being done, or that something can be done, is more important than the thing actually being done, or even the possibility that that thing could be done in the first place. And I'll go back to that initial video I showed you in the subway of them pretending that the disabled guy was disabled and he's not. China has some of the most terrible accessibility for disabled people. It's almost non-existent. I'm not making this up. If you travel from Hong Kong, where you see, you know, access to disabled bathrooms and you see wheelchair ramps everywhere and all this kind of stuff, just going to Shenzhen, which is a first-tier city in China, you'll see all of that stuff disappears. I mean, occasionally they try to make some sort of propaganda to show that, hey, yeah, we also can do disabled, you know, stuff here. And this is a great example, this picture, where they just whip out a camera and take a photo of a ramp into a bus where there's a pole in the middle, and it's impossible for you to get that person on the bus. But, you know, hey, they took the picture to show that, hey, you know, we too have ramps for disabled people, and that's good enough. Propaganda done. Let's not actually address the problem. And that's it. That's China in a nutshell. That's the Chinese government in a nutshell, is show something, and as long as you've shown it, and as long as people in their mind have a perception that you can do it, then you don't even need to bother doing it. In conclusion, the Chinese government has once again proved it cares more about its own image than it does about people in need. And I'm not just talking about the people that are currently in serious need, these earthquake victims and survivors. I'm talking about the Chinese people themselves. The Chinese government really does only care about its outward image. And this is not a country that we should be supporting and investing in and, you know, engaging with until things change. I mean, they just sent a spy balloon through the whole of the United States and many other countries, 40 other countries for goodness sake, and then claimed when they were caught out that, oh no, America sends balloons over us too, without factoring in the fact that the jet stream only goes one way. Those balloons can't float all the way from America up there. It doesn't work like that. But, you know, hey, who needs logic when you're a Chinese official, huh? The CCP really is like that school bully who just wants to claim everything, claim they're great at everything, and they're never wrong, and it's always everybody else's fault. It's getting very, very tiring, and it's incredibly tiring and insulting when they jump on tragedies. They jump on the anti-Asian hate tragedies all the time. They jump on the mass shooting tragedies all the time. They've been jumping on this Ohio chemical train derailment thing. Man, have they been going on. If you could read Chinese internet, you'd have no idea how much rubbish they're spewing, as if it's the next Chernobyl and everybody's dying and being murdered in America because of this thing. It's just absolute craziness. This is a wacky, unstable, weird sort of a government that we're dealing with here. So I really hope you learned something from this video, guys. Don't be like the Chinese government and try to take credit for the good work of others. Don't be like the Chinese government and use tragedy for your own narrative and your own political gain. And stay awesome. Most important thing on a bike trip? Beer.
been slain. Your team has destroyed a Your team has destroyed a turret. until minions spawn. Minions have spawned. Rampage. has destroyed a turret. Your turret has been destroyed. Your team has destroyed a turret. Has been slain. The Summoner's Rift. Until minions spawn.
kill.
Hey! I have to make this small. Expose yourself to me and tell me how you're doing. Oh my goodness, look at that. Do you like that box art? Yeah, I did it because it just made sense. Are you hiring me as your intern? Yes. I was reading through, what's it called, traits. I wanted to make sure I didn't miss anything. And I've never actually looked at blanket implementations. This is super cool, blanket implementations.
Welcome to Costco.
Like, that's super cool. Milk duds. There's not a small possibility I'll be laid off soon. Any advice? Well, if you know it's coming and you feel it coming, immediately start applying. Get ahead of the curve. Practice up those leak codes. Make sure you got them all down. But obviously, if you know, start with algorithms. Always start with algorithms. Understand the underlying, understand the underlying stuff. You know what I mean? You got to. And then go as fast and as hard as you can. Honestly, you don't want to be doing it when everyone else is doing it.
Welcome to Summoner's Rift. Seconds until minions spawn. Minions have spawned. An enemy has been slain. An enemy has been slain. An ally has been slain. has destroyed a turret. Your team has destroyed a turret.
You want to help us write a 10 out of 10 CV? No. I do not like resumes. I think resumes are weak.
Benjamin Rich, aka Bald and Bankrupt, is a 48-year-old British travel YouTuber who has conquered the travel vlogging niche, who came into the spotlight through his documentation of his travels around the world, most notably through post-Soviet states. However, after an army of investigators sifted through his content, the internet is painting a darker picture of the Bald and Bankrupt. In order to find out who Bald is and understand his story, we need to go back. Travel channels are a fantastic way to explore the world without having to go to the back end of nowhere. However, Ben isn't your typical world traveller who goes to Bali to find themselves. He's a genuine explorer who travels to extremely remote areas that most Western eyeballs have never seen.
Summoner's Rift. "30 seconds until minions spawn." Minions have spawned. has destroyed a turret. Killing spree.
In the early 90s, Ben went on a month trip backpacking through India and fell in love with the culture, so stayed for an extended period of time and opened a small hotel business during his stay. He also stayed in Moscow, Russia for 2 months in 1993. This is where his fascination for exploring and interest in Soviet history was inflamed. He has stated that he has an ex-wife who's Belarusian, however filed for a divorce in 2001. He learned the Russian language and had a business in the UK that went bankrupt, hence the name Bald and Bankrupt. Some people have alleged that Bald committed credit card fraud, which apparently resulted in him creating different aliases and ultimately leaving the country. One of his alleged aliases, titled The Fantasist, stated in an online forum, "I owed £30,000 on credit cards and bank loans here in the UK about 5 years back. There was no way I could pay it back. I decided to change my surname to my mother's maiden name and changed address and never heard from them again." In the UK, if you owe £30,000 or more, you can declare bankruptcy. But how do we know the Fantasist or any of the aliases is Bald and Bankrupt? Let's keep digging. In 2018, YouTuber Harold Balder convinced Ben to create a YouTube channel, where in June he would begin to document his travels through India. After establishing his channel with his India content, he moved to Russia in February 2019. His move to Russia and exploration of post-Soviet states would be the catalyst for his rise on YouTube. He gained praises and national headlines for exploring unheard history and stories through candid conversations with locals and drunken adventures through remote towns. A lot of people also loved his no-nonsense video style, with simple editing and informative content. While he travelled, he was also occasionally accompanied by his girlfriend, Alina, a Belarusian woman he met before his YouTube channel. His travels even inspired him to write a book about his experiences travelling through parts of Belarus affected by the Chernobyl disaster, under another alias called Arthur Chichester. In November 2019, following a video he filmed on a train to Chechnya, Bald was forced to apologise on camera by Chechen authorities for referring to a local woman as a chick.
Night at some stop, a Chechen chick turns up and shares my compartment with me. And I can put on some romantic lighting. Oh, salam alaikum, sister. Would you like a glass of, Baltica?
Salam alaikum, все люди здесь в Республике Чечня. Меня зовут Бенджамин, я из Англии. Я влогер, у меня есть канал на YouTube. Случайно что-то плохо бывало. Пару дней назад я сделал мой фильм на YouTube, оставил там. И я говорил что-то, которое не были красивые, честно говоря, про женщину в Чечне.
Being in an extremely politically sensitive area in the world, this wouldn't be the last time that Bald would have run-ins with the authorities. In May 2022, Bald was arrested outside a derelict spaceport by authorities in the steppe of Kazakhstan. He managed to get into the derelict spaceport and see the Buran. The Buran was a Soviet space shuttle which was created due to fears of the Western powers being able to weaponize space. He managed to find the location of the Buran shed due to the help of an urban explorer photographer and had to walk 30 kilometers to the Cosmodrome in remote Kazakhstan with his female companion Alina.
This is peak Bald and Bankrupt. Peak Soviet. Peak everything. We made it. There's 2 Burans in here. The second one's over there. This is a ship that was going to go to space, the final frontier. This was the peak. The tip of the spear of human knowledge and development went into building this. Look at it. Imagine. It started with Sputnik, and we end up with the Buran.
Which resulted in international headlines, although Bald stated after meeting the FSB and a few cups of tea that they were released and received a roughly $50 fine. On the 1st of September 2022, Bald posted a vlog to his channel titled "The Journey is Over," announcing that he had been arrested and subsequently ordered to leave Russia and banned from returning. He was banned due to previously calling Vladimir Putin crazy and posted a fundraiser for Ukraine. Bald's police interview was published in Russian media following his arrest and expulsion from the country. He was charged with discrediting the Russian armed services, and it was alleged that Russian authorities could have given him up to 15 years in prison.
Два причин есть. Первая причина, знаете, в Западе, в Англии, наши СМИ постоянно делают давление, что, как как сказать, ну, против России, можно так сказать, и особо против ваш президент. И, конечно, это было влияние на меня. Я слышал это только этого. И я был там, когда я был там в Украине. Это было очень рано, война. Я думаю, что это сумасшедшее решение. Я не понял в это время совсем подробностей, почему это все повезло. Просто, война, почему? И, ну да, я сказал, что я сказал, я писал, я думал, это может быть в этот момент. И тоже вторая причина, вы не, может быть, не будете понимать это, но когда у вас есть лицо на YouTube, если вы хотите зарабатывать деньги еще, вам надо что-то сказать, что они хотят слышать, и что люди хотят слышать. Если нет, это будет проблема для вас.
Underneath the video, one online commenter stated, "That man is bullshitting to save his life. I bet after this he wouldn't want to be in Russia anyway. Looks terrifying." Another person stated, "As a Ukrainian, the video of Bald is what everyone would have done in his position. We have no hard feelings about the interrogation. I'm glad we get to see his adventures further." So from the surface level, the story I've told so far is an unusual one, because not everyone goes backpacking through post-Soviet countries, gets arrested, and documents all of it. But it's a fairly straightforward tale of a YouTuber's rise. However, if you scratch the surface, a darker picture is being painted. On Reddit, an army of 12,500 users joined the subreddit Bald and Balder Dossier, a subreddit dedicated to asking the question whether Bald and Bankrupt and his friend Harold Balder are sex tourists and prolific pickup artists. So what makes people believe that Bald is a pickup artist? People began to notice that in a lot of his videos, his language and the way he interacts with women is a bit suspect. In his very first video, titled "I Love India's Policewomen," you can see that throughout the video, it comes across as extremely weird and slightly predatory in the way he describes the policewomen.
I was in need of some form of salvation, something beautiful to cast my scratched eyeballs upon. And then, as I crossed the final mountain pass and descended into the green valleys of Himachal Pradesh, leaving the northern mountains of Ladakh behind, I saw what at first appeared to be a mirage, so perfectly did they stand out against the chaotic background of the city of Dharamsala. But they were no mirage. They were Indian traffic cops, and they were beautiful. With their neatly pressed, figure-hugging uniforms and blue caps beneath which they wore their hair in immaculate hairdos, I stayed in the city an extra day, for no other reason than to gaze upon them. In fact, I'd often stop to ask needless directions just to see their smiles up close, maybe feel a slight hint of their breath on my skin, and to prove to myself that these angels of the north were in fact real, and not just figments of my imagination.
Reddit users then discovered that a user by the name of Vakuta / The Fantasist would post in Rushfi Forum and Naughty Nomad, well-known pickup artist forums. So how do we know if Vakuta, The Fantasist, and the other aliases are Bald and Bankrupt? Well, Vakuta described in detail of charge that he and two of his friends were acquitted of in Winchester in the UK. Vakuta's description of the events, including timeline, area, and particulars of the case, all allegedly match exactly the reporting of the trial in the Daily Echo newspaper. The newspaper describes one of the defendants as a person called Benjamin Rich Swift. After the trial, Vakuta said he dropped the Swift part of his name and ran away from £30,000 credit card debt. Vakuta also describes living on the Isle of Wight at the time. Reddit users continued with their proof, stating that Vakuta also describes himself as being bald, 6'3" in height, being from Jewish heritage, moved from the Isle of Wight to Brighton, supporting Chelsea, having a Belarusian girlfriend, and how when they first visited India, he ran a guest house for 4 years, which all matches the Bald and Bankrupt's timeline. Vakuta also allegedly details his learning of the Russian language, love for all things Soviet, and his many travels around Russia. Vakuta confirmed suspicions when a user who lives in Belarus stated in a forum that he met Vakuta, aka Mr. Bald, and then listed Harold Balder, who as we all know is a longtime friend of Benjamin. More disturbingly, Vakuta describes the tactics he used to sleep with local women, the most successful being to befriend local men and babushkas, earning their adulation and respect by showing them fake pictures of himself in affluent settings. In his words on the Rushvi forums, he states, "By the following day, they will have told all of their friends, and more importantly, the young women, of the wealthy foreigner who has just entered their shithole of a town. By the following evening, I can drop the babushkas and fake male friendships and move on to their women." Vakuta calls this the Schindler technique. Most of the links used in the subreddit to show proof of the Rushvi forums no longer work. However, there is plenty of screenshots and proof of these fake photos via Bald's old Russian social media accounts, where you can see him getting off a private jet with the caption, "Arriving in Milan for Fashion Week." There are many entries on these forums from Vakuta that I won't divulge into, as we'd be here all day and they aren't really YouTube friendly. However, the majority play out as diary entries of his sex escapades through various countries with vile descriptions and complete lack of respect for the people and women of these countries. Bald is also a big proponent of Andrew Tate and has stated that he has had conversations with the man himself. Regardless of what your opinion is on the Tate brothers, stating your approval of Andrew Tate is always going to ruffle some feathers and create controversy. Bald stated on a YouTube community post that have since all been deleted, "I've been offline for a while and just discovered that Top G has been cancelled. In the past, we defied strongmen who were warriors and thinkers and built sculptures of them in public places. Nowadays, we defile men like that and ban their words from public space in case they upset someone. I know I'd rather have a night out with Tristan and Andrew than the pussies who were offended by their words." One online commenter stated, "Personal beliefs is one thing, complete lack of morality is another. I couldn't care less if Bald was right wing, left wing, admired Hitler or Stalin, or whatever, his choice. But one of the things you cannot forgive is his sexism, misogyny, and racism. Plenty of evidence of him referring to poor and often foreign women in vile, derogatory terms. Those aren't something one can accept or turn a blind eye to. I found Bald's videos entertaining, and I've probably watched 80% plus of his entire YouTube channel. But the more you learn about the guy, the harder it is to justify supporting him." Another commenter stated, "This is honestly old news. I found out about all of this like 2 years ago while reading the comments on his channel. I also read similar things on Johnny FD's channel. There's a reason why both of them are friends." Bald last posted to his main channel 1 month ago and 6 months ago on his second channel, and has also deleted all of his photos from his Instagram profile. Some of Bald's diehard fans are even divulging into conspiracy theories, contemplating whether the sex tourism comments is a character assassination from Russian trolls. This whole scenario in general is a very murky and sensitive topic that highlights a very different side to a YouTube creator that many people still love. So where will this story unravel next? Who knows?
Is knowledge of
In
how
terms of your bad
algos
feelings
and
in
data
a
structures
good
work more important for a junior dev than being able to implement them? Well, you only can implement them by knowing how they work. I just came from YouTube. You are super hilarious hearts. Oh, who is this? Who's Kittens? Okay, who's Tenji? Who's this person? Ass grind. I like this person. Okay, high chance I'll raid this person if Tenji is still on. Oh my goodness. Untifu! Oh my goodness, what do I do? Oh, I just peed on the door, dang it. Got it. It's a 1.5 liter, if I'm not mistaken. I actually have no idea. It's a Zulu. What do you mean CVs are weak? They are very important. They are very important in the industry. I just don't like them. Right? Like, I read 0 people's CV. What people put on their CV versus who they are is just like, it's just never the same. How many subs before you go full-time Twitch? Ah, never. I cannot imagine going full-time Twitch. You guys make me feel like Pokimane. I am trying to get my name on Kick just to have it. Someone took my name, which is a bunch of bullshit. And so I've been talking with them. But here's the deal. 95 to 5 payout. Like, streaming is too expensive for that. There's just no way. You cannot tell me they can actually afford that. They're going down really hard on pricing because they're... Okay, here, pause it. The problem about Kick is filled with just like straight degeneracy that's not going to last. It's going to go under. Dude, there's so much bullcrap going on in Kick. And I think they're... I just can't imagine they're actually going to make it. They're backed by crypto gambling, which is just like the degeneracy of the earth.
Welcome to Costco.
If they survive, if they survive much more than a little bit, they're going to be, Kick is a gambling funnel. And so if that's true, there is a lot of crap that Twitch does, but Twitch also at least tries, giving them the benefit of the doubt. I understand that you watch like the Alinity stuff or the treatments of some streamers where they do things in which other streamers get permanent bans and they don't because they're bigger and they got audiences and blah, 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 blah. Like, I get that. But I would like to say that I pretend like Twitch in general is just trying to do the right thing. I really wish they would have just banned a lot of stuff, but they haven't. I like Molly Rocket. Hey, by the way, the Molly Rocket guy is really smart. Hello, watching your YouTube videos to your Twitch. Really like humor. Thank you. I'm a beginning programmer and I'm learning C. Is this the right choice? You will have a foundational understanding in programming in which a lot of people will not have. Is it a problem learning C first? I do not think it's a problem learning C first. I think a lot of people make this dumb argument that you should try to make everything so easy on beginners and absolutely infuse nothing to them and make every single thing magical, whereas C tries to make things the opposite. It's really, really basic, bare metal, straight to the point. This is how computers work. So when you actually use JavaScript, you can go, wait a second. They're just allocating like a void star worth of memory, filling it in. They're pointing to it. There's some place in which all these things are pointing in which they have to crawl and clean up called garbage collection. It's called market sweep, blah, blah. Like, you can actually do all this because because you understand kind of what's happening. You understand what a box value is, and it helps you for an entire lifetime. So is learning C first wrong? I don't think so. I really do think that you should be okay learning C first. But here's the deal. It's hard learning C first. It's really, really hard. I would say that learning C also helps you learn Rust. Does learning Rust help learning C? I'm not sure it's the same. There's a lot of concepts you can draw from C that you can't draw from Rust, but I do really think that if you have the patience and you have the ability to learn C, it will change the trajectory of your career, and it will make the biggest impact in your career for decades. It will be decades. It's just like learning a compiler. A compiler will be huge. I want to hear better jokes than that, okay?
Welcome to
You know what? What do I think of data engineers? I think you should have a better joke. How does that sound? I mean, at least if you're going to make fun of you know, data scientists or data engineers at least come up with like a good Python writing joke. I mean, this is just ridiculous, Karen. It just comes in with the lowest fruit joke as far as I can tell. So hey, could you do us all a favor and go throw his Hive event machine just clean off the roof?
Welcome to Costco.
So I want to go back to the C thing for a second, and I think this is really, really important. I think this is really, really important about C that a lot of people don't understand, which is you get one opportunity in life.
Welcome to Costco.
Oh my goodness, what the heck is happening? You really do get one. Are you competing with my shit stack? I'm not. I'm trying not to. You really get one opportunity to learn the fundamentals well before you learn all these other things that kind of change how you think about computer science, right? So if you spend your first time learning, you get this really concrete foundational understanding. It just is going to be different. You know what I mean? It's just simply going to be different versus the other direction, which is you learn all these higher level concepts and then you try to go back and learn this lower level thing. It's going to feel hard. It's going to feel like it's just going to feel so drudgery. It's just not the same. And so I do think like it's easier to learn C initially because you haven't become addicted to sweet layers of abstraction. Guardo! Leaving ICU because of H1N1 today. What? You had H1N1? Is that swine flu? You had that? Dang. Sheesh. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Ah! Abstraction. Hey, that's H1Z1. Oh, bird flu, that one. Trying to find a woman with H1N5. I don't know what this means, to tell you the honest truth. Oh, wait.
First try then fresh. What's next? Will there be a pause and then troll you? Something about your nuts. That was the old me. I've changed. On a serious note, with Netflix, have you considered leaving? If so, why? Leaving D's nuts in her mouth.
Oh my goodness, it was that. Ah, damn it! I was actually gonna answer that so good. And a banana, can you believe that he came back like that? I was coming in. I was coming in so well with something thoughtful and nice, and then that happens. Hey! I wish there was a way I could just like tell you that I really appreciate you. You know, I'd just like to let you know that I do, in fact, really appreciate you.
Welcome to Costco. I love you.
I just don't understand. You know, you come creeping on in, sliding on the floor, applying the coconut oil, clean inside the stall, and then they don't even like it, okay? They're always like, ugh, ugh. You know, I'm just trying to be a good boss that provides one-on-one that will impact their life, okay? Impact their life. And they don't even want it. It's like a switching CEO. My content helped them learn English. Well, let's go. My heart is overflowing with gratitude. If you go to TwitchCon, I will buy you a beer out of that house. We'll sit down, have a chat. By the way, we are like, I am building a group of people. We're gonna rent out a bar, and we're gonna really do this at TwitchCon. So if you guys are going to TwitchCon in Vegas, let's get something awesome going. Let's actually have a really cool thing. I'm not gonna ban anybody for saying this. Stop being weird. I feel like I need to ban more people today. You can rent out a hotel in Vegas and make it a company offsite. Grizzly. By the way, if you don't know Grizzly, great guy right here. Grizzly, I feel like we got to get something sweet going, okay? I feel like science and tech has taken off on this Twitch platform, okay? Look at this. We're 20 minutes into a stream with almost 800 people. How crazy is that? That's like never happened in science and tech. Oh, you mean you are taking off on this platform? No. No. We're all doing it together. We're all taking off together.
Welcome to Costco.
Yeah.
Welcome to
Teach yourself C. There you go. That's well, 1990 is a great year for C. C ages like a fine wine. For my CS school project, I choose to make an ID in a Rust. I wish I had a dancing scene because I feel like this is about to be a moment to be a dancing scene. What do you guys think about that? I mean, it just feels that way. I just don't. I just wish I had one, but I don't. Lithium, I dodged it! Lithium! You couldn't see me jump because there's a transition! Yes! Suck! Suck it, Lithium! Like... Got you! I may be wearing sweats today, okay? I don't know. Hey, I'm curious if you'd recommend giving your manager a heads up if you want to switch teams internally. Yeah. I'm a little out of breath all of a sudden. Hey, Brian, what do you think of the safe features proposed for C++ 23? Oh, let's see. Hold on. Let's see. Let me look at it really quick. Oh, it's C++. That's what I think about it. Hey, missed the last few streams, but I got a little time here. Hope to see some Gizmo strings getting parsed today. Prime, I think this video you reacted from Molly Rocket was on optimization. Ah! Okay, this is unusual. Again, this is... Okay, what the hell is happening here? What is happening? This doesn't make any sense. Can we all just take a chill pill? I just want to do chat stack, and you guys are making me, like, freak out right now. I'm having actual sphincter. My sphincter is puckering. It's, like, getting so tiny that when I shift on my seat, it hurts. So are you ready to look at a little bit of Chad stack? Ooh, look at all of that code we're gonna go over. Daddy. You shit with that ass? Oh, yeah. Supercharging your web APIs with data. Data. Here's the problem is this is Microsoft. I am very curious. Okay, we'll potentially have to watch this later hour. A whole ass thesis. Can you do an in-depth video on window management sometimes? Yeah. I'll talk about it sometime. I'm wondering if I'm like something tastes weird. Are you drinking gasoline? Absolutely. For those that don't know what's been going on here, we have this. We have the cow, okay? The cow. We actually build it with Cobalt 1. Cobalt on wheelchair using Cobalt 1, and then we use Docker to also build out Haskell. And so then we have Haskell replacing a we have Cobalt, Haskell. Cobalt's using CGI Gateway, or Haskell's using CGI to communicate with not like just with jawline. That's CGI too, baby. AI assisted jawlining. But it uses, all those environment variables and whatever to communicate. And then boom, A is going to be for Alpine. I'm going to make sure that Alpine gets automatically included in all of your HTML. And then D for Docker, because it has to put all this together. Pog, yeah, crappy suggestion, Solaris. Your little Among Us thing just got you crappy suggestion. So when you post a link, I'm not going to listen to it. So what makes the chat stack such a chat? The Prime didn't know. No. What makes it Chad is clearly the usage of real languages. Okay, run in interactive mode, mount it locally.
Oh, that scared me.
Guys, fuck. Okay, guys. I had to break the fourth wall, okay? See this? Big ball. See my big ball?
Welcome to Costco. I love you.
I'll take a little moment to jump out of the scene for a quick second. Give you a big thank you. Appreciate it. I don't know why some people choose to support this channel, but you guys have been. Maybe there is a day, one of these days, that I can do this more freely. That would be amazing. But I have never been more thankful for all of you guys. I don't know what's been going on for this last week and a half, but you guys have. I really appreciate that. Thank you. Thank you. Please.
Welcome to Costco.
Competition here.
I love you.
I don't even know what to do with it. Oh, God, stop it. Just wait till I'm not looking so I at least don't see my own scaring coming. Oh, it's not my birthday. It's not my birthday. Okay, I don't have this many birthdays in a row. Okay, honestly, this is... I feel so, like, hot. Dirty street urchin. What a name. Sheesh! Dude, honestly, this is crazy. Okay, guys, this is crazy. Happy birthday, thank you. Sukonoko. I knew someone named Kanoko. That was her name when I was in college. And I was trying not to drink too much. And I had a final the next morning, and she looked at me and said, "Why you such a bitch?" That's all I remember of Kanoko. Twitter says your DMs are open, but my messages keep failing to send. Is Twitter lying? No, I always keep my stuff open. I have never once closed off any form of communication. I mean, I have banned people, of course, from communicating with me because some people, like, dude, I don't want to put somebody on blast, but like just this morning, someone sent me a message that just said, "Hey man, I'm using GraphQL and I have this error. Why is it happening?" It's just like, dude, yo, I'm not here to solve your GraphQL problem. I can't help you there, okay? Oh shit! Why do I feel like I'm regretting my decision? I swear I get all jumpy, and now for the rest of the day, every time, like, my wife will open the door and I'll wiggle. Like I'll just, because now I'm all jumpy. I can feel myself. I'm all, like, shaky. You get more subs than Pokey today. I am Pokemon. You know what that means? When you guys treat me like Pokemon, what if they donate subs before asking about GraphQL? I still won't say no. Because of that, here's a foot. Here you go. Is this what you want? Is that what you want? Look at those feet. Oh, look at that gap. Look at that toe gap. It's better than thigh gap. Look at that. Look at that. Look at it. I can put it over my head for you. Oh, God. I'm going down. Move the camera. All right, hold on. Let's try to fix that thing, huh? I think you saw some of the wall and a chair over there, huh? We saw his house. I know, dude, I'm actually streaming from a horse barn. So when you saw this over here, that's like, that wall, that's just horse barn. Horses used to live here. Horses!
It turns on your bad
In fact, if you keep on going, you can actually see.
It's a night.
Look at that. That right there is a horse stall. That's a horse stall door right there. Huh? So dude, I don't have this correct. I've effed everything up, haven't I? What is this? I've effed it all up. Do you have horses? We have horses on the property, but these are all, but not anymore. I converted a horse stall into my office. Crazy man shouts at computer and Bart. I literally, like, stable genius. I'm a stable genius. I can't say I have any idea what's happening in this video. Is it cold? It does get colder in the winter, but I have an idea. Port 8080. Oh, gosh. It's horsepower here. Dude, I gotta figure out a better way to do this. If I have to download everything again... Ah, shit, I have to download everything. All right, back to the Docker file. We clearly did this so wrong. Oh, my goodness. I hate my Docker life. Look at this line. Who put the dot there? Who did that? Not me, okay? Not me. A guy named Daniel did this, okay? Not me. Damn it, Daniel. Daniel, the villain of Chad. The repo is going to be public. I'm going to fix it up and make it nice. Right now, I'm just trying to get it to run. Oh, you want me to virtually copy everything over here, huh? Oh, does that allow me to make edits and then the container has the edits as well? Mount not copy. Yeah. That's clever. Never Docker. I don't even know her. Okay, I'd like to get to know her though. Do you think she'd accept my drink offerings? Your opinions are so fucked. You like that little callus right there? I never take off my ring. Refuse to. I just jit my pants. Jit. Knees weak, arms heavy, jit in my pants with mom's spaghetti. If you want more calluses, go climbing. I used to climb all the time. I loved climbing. And I hurt my
Thanks
shoulder.
everyone for supporting Prime. Keeps us entertained through these hard times in the world. Remember, never give up and work hard. Prayers to the people of Norway. Norway, these nuts can fit in your mouth.
I knew it. I could just feel it was gonna happen. I wasn't gonna ask about Norway. I wasn't gonna say anything. There's just no way I'm gonna fall for it again. Got him. Dude, I just knew it was gonna happen too.
Welcome to Costco. I love you.
Yeah! So what is that in there? Is TJ9 being shouted out? Hasku! Hasku! Rob, do you need to read the docs before learning anything? Or do you take tidbits of the tutorials as you use them? Kind of a bit of both. So I'm more of a post-doc reader. Like right now I'm going through a lot of stuff when it comes to Rust stuff, right? I'm just kind of reading through a lot of these Rust things now that I have a solid idea. Is Alpine JS blazingly fast? Let's go like this. Run dot. Yeah, what is this project? I saw your screen, open Cobalt. Going back to the 70s, yeah, it's chat stats. I've decided to take it on myself to finally make it so that Haskell can be as useful as Cobalt. You know, I'm just out here really trying to make the world a better place. And it just feels like you guys aren't trying to make the world a better place with your attitude. I have a tiny space bar. You know, but what I realized is that you don't need a big space bar. You know, it's not like you impress anybody with statistically larger space bars. It's not that you need a larger space bar to say operate at some sort of better or more peak level than maybe couldn't be achieved with, say, my size space bar. What time did you sleep if you wake up at 5 a.m.? I went to bed at like 9:30 last night, maybe 9:40. I chatted with my wife a little longer than normal. Liking it, retweeting. Look at that! Look at that! What is this? This isn't 1994. This isn't CGI artificial intelligence. The guy's chemical sludge under that hat. Hey, no. That's time in the saddle, of course. Boom! Time in the saddle. Hey, hello from Finland. Are you Bob Finland? No. I feel like I always say Go is really probably the winner of this whole situation. You know, if we're all really honest, Rust is a beautiful language. Rust is my favorite language by far, okay? I love Rust. I love Rust. It's my favorite language of all time. Is there any reason to pick Go over Rust? Go is a fine language to program everything in. Rust is a really great language. They call it blanket implementations. I didn't even know about blanket implementations. They're super sweet. Blanket implementations are sweet. Implement display, call it. Traits kind of like interfaces. They are kind of like interfaces, but more useful. Interfaces in TypeScript are kind of like the devil. And Rust interfaces are kind of like really great. So now that we have this, we now can start implementing in here. The first thing I'm going to do is pee out of excitement, and we're going to get going. Hear me out. Are you ready for this one? I don't think you're ready for it, so everybody, I want you to immediately first take off your pants and get ready, because we're about to go deep on it. Okay, so like this. CGI bin. I know you're probably thinking, what the hell does that even mean? You'd be right. What the hell does that even mean? So I'm going to go like this. I'm going to go. He pees so fast because he is in a horse barn. No, really. I do. I literally open up the door and pee outside. Plenty of my friends think they can out-pee me, but due to the thick piping, I can easily pee more than the average individual. In there. Any advice? I'm joining a startup for the first time. This is your first time startup. You know, if you believe in the startup and you really think it has opportunity and you really believe that you're going to actually be able to take this company and help it perform and you really think that it's going to make some money and you're probably getting stock into this company, then try really hard because the startup needs to become part of you as well, right? Like if you're doing a startup and you are joining it, it's like legitimately a startup, a small team, you've got to get after it, right? You have to get after it because you want to see it succeed, and if you see it succeed, you could get $1 million+, so you've got to go for it. Took it out. How can I trust that? Okay, Karen, so I saw this script, right? And my mom always told me not to just pick up random scripts off the street, but I ran it. And now...
Has destroyed a turret.
What do I do? Get the intern. Karen, you dirty HR. All right, are you ready for this? Look at what it looks for, okay? Look at what it looks for. Cow, CGI, index.cgi. So I'm over here thinking, wait a second, I got an idea. I got an effing idea. I'm gonna CP on myself, the cow. I'm gonna ln-s the cow to CGI, bin, index, CGI. RM, CGI, bin, index. Create a link and refresh it after I run Cabal. Wait, what? Oh shit, it's do that and then run and then, oh my goodness gracious. I banned him from stream and he responded with several inappropriate
I love you.
remarks. There we go. No, good guy. Submit the report. I'm just gonna leave this to later, and I'm gonna talk with. I will sit down. We'll do this in like Discord tonight. This will be a Discord thing because I can have EVN kind of walk me through some stuff, or somebody walk me through. But depending on time, I will be willing to contribute to the Haskell part 2. Oh, nice, Real Anna Banana. Well, thank you. I really appreciate that. I'm live on Twitch here in 1 week. I'm doing a whole Rust course on Twitch, 8 hours straight in 8 days. Next Friday. Papa Prime, I saw your intern tweet and had a couple questions. I'm graduating within a year, in about a year with a CS degree, 3.7 GPA, and I feel like I'm not at the level to be able to intern, blah, blah, blah. What would you look for in an intern as in the requirements? So for me, it's very, very simple. I have a very, very simple, honestly, so if you're an intern, for me, the only thing I look for in an intern is that I just assume you have basic knowledge of like data structures. You know, we can talk through some data structure stuff pretty easily just to make sure you know things. Because I do want you to know data structure, especially with the stuff I'm working on. It's just kind of a pain in the ass. And then on top of that, I want to know that you can do something like some good JavaScript, because I need someone that can do good JavaScript. And then on top of that, I just want to hear that you're excited about it. You know, like really for me, it's all about that excitement. You know, when I see someone that's really excited, I get really excited to do it. I just assume these things are there. Or you can learn, like, it's not hard to learn. I want you to be passionate about your code editor. I don't care what it is. I just want to know you know it. You know what I mean? Isn't it just weird that people have absolutely no passion or care about the editor that they use? They spend time, 40 hours, 50 hours, 30 hours, 70 hours a week, and they just have absolutely no clue how any of it works. It just seems kind of crazy to me that you use a tool that much and just be blind swinging all the time. Just learn your tool. Do you think getting Rust jobs will be easier in about 4 years? I think it'll be easier within 1 year. I absolutely fall in love with programming and see how passionate and amazing it can be thanks to you. So my motivation definitely is extremely high. Just confidence is really low. Okay, so confidence is, you know, one thing about confidence, it is a function of experience. You know, like I'm sure you know something about programming. That if I were to talk to you, you would be confident in talking about it. You'd be like excited about it. You'd be getting into it. And so it really, a lot of confidence is just simply, you know, it's just experience. It's already being there. You know, confidence goes up, confidence goes down. Yeah, pushing through and just finding that sweet spot, it feels really good. What languages do you use in your technical interviews? TypeScript. TypeScript or C++. I have the option open for Rust, but no one's taking it. I think Rust is beautiful. I love Rust. I will create everything I create with Rust. Just believing you can do it and trying to do it will eventually get you that confidence. Dude, root poisoning, beautiful right there. We mix up the word smart with experience a lot. I just actually banned you. My bad. My bad. I didn't mean to ban you. Get unbanned. Oh shit, I can't unban you. I can't unban you. You're actually... Wait, no, wait. Did I just ban you now? Okay, I'm unbanning you. My bad. I timed you out. Crap. I didn't mean to do that. There you go. My fault. Welcome back. That's the longest interaction I've had with you, and I'm happy. Get him out. Get him out. So he's over there, and he was all like, Google it. And I was like, get the hell out of here. Yeah. Yeah, no one's allowed to Google here at the startup ever for any reason. Put it in the bylaws, Karen, right now. So Tercel right here. So effectively what it is it's just it's serverless data storage. You can choose a lot of different languages. It now really supports Rust, and so I've been pushing them to support Rust, and they're supporting Rust. It'll be used in Prime Stack.
Welcome to Costco.
Right?
I love you.
It's pretty sweet. It's like pretty amazing. Lopes, by the way, and the people that are building it, multiple of them are like ex-Linux kernel devs. So these are like real talk people. These aren't fake talk people. These are real talk people, right? These are people that really know computers. What is DocHow? DocHow stands for COBOL on wheelchair. I've been watching your vids on YouTube and trying to improve myself as a dev. Pretty helpful. Oh, awesome. Yeah. According to bylaws, we actually need to commit Batman as the initial message because no parent commit. He's right. There we go. Batman. We don't got no parent commits. Tattoo. You're an amazing robot guy. Oh. First time chatter. Shut up. You're gonna make me blush. Alright, so legally speaking, am I allowed to put amazing role model as my name? I feel like that would just give me more street cred, you know what I mean? Yeah. That's what I thought.
Welcome to Costco. I love you.
How's the intern search? Not for my team. I'm actually interviewing someone today for a different position, E4 on my team. Does Netflix hire globally or just USA? Yeah, there's a lot of people that are hired from all over. Is E1 in Netflix mid-level engineer? No, that'd be E4. Gee! Got him. Did she just say eat my ass like pie? No, she didn't. Of course you play Protoss. Of course I do. You know, I'd never be worried about your career. I would be worried that you're not building your future step by step. Build your career. Always. Be thinking of the future. Always think what you can do
to Costco.
better. I do. I have the best Ergo keyboard. Oh. Okay, so we have an OO hater that might be coming around to enjoying a little casual OO. Is this some casual OO? Is that what we're seeing right now? Could become a little bit cash, you know? Just a little OO hater turned lover, you know what I mean? I love it. Dude, procedural code is the best code. Fight me. Fight me. It is the best. Okay? It is the way to do it. There is no other way. Procedural code is just always been. It will always be. It has always been. Functional programming is just procedural code with functions. Change my mind. Starting to sound a bit functional right here. I'm just saying already, we can tell just right away. This sounds like pure functions going on right now. Tell me this is not some pure functions right now. Tell me this is not it right here. Interesting. So this thing only contains external state. So when I see this, what I think is that these are like definitions, structs, stuff. This is implementation on the structs, traits, whatever you want to call them. It does all that. Define a peer function without using peer. A function with whom has no side effect. Left and structs and impl. Exactly. I think that in general, that's just building good software. I think I see, because he did talk about just like how to build better software. You should always avoid certain activities within a file, right? Like if you want to do something to a file, such as take a file, like open a file, read out the contents, go over the JSON blob, parse out whatever X events, sum up some values, do something like that. What I tend to find is a lot better is separate out those into two separate ones, right? The file bits and then the actual like logic bits, because that way you just pass in, say, your events, whatever those events look like, and then it does the operation on top of it, because it's just all like whenever you separate out things like that, it makes testing easier. It just seems to make logic easier. It makes the life easier. I feel like that's usually a good sign of a more junior person, is that they mix all them logics up. All right, new poll. OOP. Do you like OO? Yes or no? Yes. No. Do you like OO? Tell me right now. Okay, here, let's start full. Oh, we have a pretty, I'm actually pretty shocked. We have a pretty split group here. Yes equals actually no. Oh my goodness. I think you're trolling me at this point, just to get him to tie. What? No, 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 yes.
They too should distinguish between public functions and private functions so as to minimize exposed surface area.
Girl, you know, I'll expose that surface area. You know, these are all good tips. I am appreciating everything he's saying so far. I feel like it's pretty, like, no one can argue with as of right now. Do we got any arguers? This all seems good. No touching privates. Don't expose yourself. Whoa, there's no rule about how big an object can get, okay? You know, there's plenty of big objects out there, okay? I don't know why this guy has to be upset that statistically larger objects are a problem. If I walked into a file that was a module that was 100,000 lines long, I'd have plenty of questions. I don't like the word singleton. Singletons almost always exist in such a way that they make me cry. Singletons make me cry every single time. Do you at least apologize for it?
We're unapologetic about it.
Oh. That got me. I think I'm misunderstanding the term module here. I think what he means by a singleton and module is that, you know, like a file filled with functions and data type definition, that itself is a singleton, which I would agree with. It'd make no sense if you had instances of modules. Is that what he's trying to say? Yeah, it's a unit of scope. I agree with that. It's just a unit of scope. It's just a unit of scope, and by definition, it better be a singleton, or I'd be confused. Yeah, see, I don't really divide my modules by any of these. Well, I mean, like, I organize it by concept. Like, I wouldn't want to organize it by team. That seems confusing. I wouldn't want to organize it by organization. I'm not sure what it means to divide and conquer state management, or to publish an API. Like, the public API, you could imagine, is in of itself its own, you know, repo module, however you're defining it. But, I mean, I tend to always organize my modules or my... See, the problem is, I think I don't understand what he means by module. I think this is the fundamental problem here. I always organize it by concept. You struggle with splitting modules? I feel like modules are very naturally together, or they're very easy to do the right thing. Still seems weird, like, I'm going to draw the line based on team's responsibility. You know, because there's plenty of places that are like, there's like in-betweeners, you know what I mean? There's things that exist in between. I don't know, I have a hard time with this whole organization, collaboration, teams, business. I'm actually fine with smaller modules. I've never thought of a module as being big or small. I don't know, this whole talk, I swear we must be miscommunicating, because this whole talk, like, I never really think of size or any of those things. I do agree that, like, having a singular data type in a singular file sometimes is super annoying. Like, when things get, like, when you go into, like, a utils folder and there's, like, 900 files, that's really hard to work with. And so I understand, but then the inverse of it, which is one file in a utils.js, a utils.rs, and it has, like, 900 functions in it. That's also hard. Utils is a code cell. The problem is that statement is a statement that exists outside of practical work. In the end, you have some stupid thing, right? Like, okay, let's just take this. You're working like on Puppeteer. So Puppeteer, when we were writing the integration of television, if you don't know, I helped build part of that, which is like you have the C++ side, actual controlling the V8 engine, or other parts of the television apps, and the JavaScript side. And one thing we had to do is we constantly had to do these weird promises, right? So it's like, promise that, hey, I'm going to call this function, and I'm going to resolve this promise, but I had to, like, resolve it later. I had to, like, API it. I had to do something kind of weird. And so what I'd do is I created a function called explode promise that would return the promise, the reject, and the resolve. So that way you could have access to any of those, and then you could store that, and then, say, a minute later when you've done the actual thing, which could be a series of steps, I could then resolve the promise that I handed back way earlier. It's a pretty, you know, typical thing if you do like async request queues, anything like that. You kind of have to explode out a promise. And so that function is just, it doesn't live anywhere. It has no, like, home. And so it makes no sense to have it anywhere but, like, in a utils folder, you know? I like interfaces. Interfaces are great. Well, traits are great. Homeless folder, yeah. Traits are great. TypeScript interfaces are the actual worst out of all things. TypeScript interfaces are by far the worst convention ever. There's two things that are super wrong with TypeScript interfaces. One, you can define props. I do not think properties belong on interfaces. I think somehow that just feels really, really wrong. Number two, you can effectively add stuff to an interface later on. You can just like add a method. I can just take a known interface and create another method on that known interface, interface merging or whatever it's called. I just think those two concepts, like TypeScript interfaces, are by far terrible. I'm not the only one. Surprisingly, this is where me and the other TypeScript chads actually agree. Types are just better. I don't think you should be using interfaces. I don't see a point in using interfaces. I don't see what you get out of them. It just seems wrong. Like, properties is definitely wrong. Properties are definitely wrong. They're crazy. But you can use them like traits. No, you can't. You fundamentally cannot use them like traits. Traits, you can use traits like interfaces, but you cannot use interfaces like traits. Because traits are they're just different, you know? They hit differently. The trait system just hits differently. Like, the fundamental concept of being able to say, like, hey, here's a function, and it's defined, and if you have this, you get it. But it's also, there's nothing that explicitly has to implement that interface. Yeah, I know that's how Go works. I'm not necessarily the biggest fan of that. I still think how the trait system works is just a better usage of interfaces. I like the explicitness of it. Operating with interface, always using interfaces, it can be very useful. Obviously, that's just like saying types, right? Interfaces and types and TypeScript are virtually the exact same thing. There's a few key differences, but feels approximately the same. I like defining my types. I don't mind defining interfaces. I don't mind doing any of those things because I think it's really, really useful to do that. I do agree with that, like the sentiment, or I understand the sentiment, which is don't abstract things that don't need to be abstracted. I do find that that's like super common concept, especially in JavaScript. JavaScript is the world of abstraction. And people abstract. They reach for abstracting as the first tool to implementing something. I generally hate inheritance, but I always think of one thing that I really like about inheritance. And the one thing I always think about is event emitter in JavaScript, right? To be able to have a class that also has an event emitter, I think is really, really, really amazing. There are reasons where inheritance is really good. I'm not one of those people that just simply hate inheritance for all sakes. Like, creating something like an event emitter in Rust is not fun because you can't just quite do that. It's not quite.
On the other hand, where types have lots of overlap in it.
There's modules and data types. I still think, there's a series of data types that fit within a module or an idea that just makes sense, and they kind of go together. And so I don't really understand the separation of modules and data types. Now, like, I agree we shouldn't have, we shouldn't break every last thing up ad infinitum, but, there should be some level. It's that, we talked about this yesterday, this idea of that I'm going to abstract my code because there could be this case that I haven't thought about yet. Therefore, because I have not thought about it, I know it could exist, so let's design the system to be able to some future case. That has probably led to more heartache and more upsetness than I think anything I have ever had in my life. It's just that, because it's so frustrating. It's so dang frustrating. It always ends up being just this cluster festival that just didn't need to exist, because it turns out you never actually extended it beyond anything basic. The thing is I actually do such a different version of starting off. So, like, I have this whole theory where whenever I start a new project or I start something new, I start in a single file and I just start dumping things in until I find a good reason to change it. So, like, I have this whole search thing that I've been building at Netflix for some data, and it just takes a bunch of different sources and then does like a step of data processing underneath the hood. So I started with just like one file. I just wrote it yesterday and today. And I just wrote it out, just making it all happen. And I realized, okay, there's really like two parts of this. There's like the building of the request, because I want to be able to request these data to a service, and then the handling of a request. Now that I have data plus the request I want to make, how do I do it? And so it's kind of like these two sides. And so it became a very obvious, natural splitting of of the modules, right? And so for me, that just made perfect sense. That's just how I wanted to see it. That's how I wanted to do it. But I didn't start off knowing that. I just simply built it out all in one file until I felt like, okay, this is the time I need to abstract. This is the time that I feel like I see two separate things developing. How much code do senior engineers actually do? I write a shit ton. I write a huge amount. That is my job, to write a lot of code. My team is a heavy code team. There's no architects. We just don't have architects. Who architects then? Everybody architects. Everybody does architect. When you build out your piece, you architect. And when some piece needs to be larger and put together itself, and we have a larger constraint, you have to go and get a couple people together and all agree on it. That makes way more sense. When, okay, I want to rechange the program of how say startup works, or where our main is how do we link with partners and partner televisions. Well, somebody does the research, comes back and says, hey, these are the ways I want to change it. And then you can get a group of people on the team go, yeah, I like these changes. I think these are good. I don't like those changes. I don't think those are good. And then they go back and they kind of make some changes or what they think is good, and then kind of come back and argue for it. So each person becomes the own architect of their own area, because there is no reason to have somebody that only thinks of architecture. I really don't understand that. I think that architects, if you purely do non-coding architects, you do not at all, you can't. Quests, you don't actually have them all build up and just completely overwhelm the service. This is actually happening to me right now. The problem with singletons is that you think that it makes testing extremely difficult. Singletons always are difficult. This whole construct ones, I always have found that no matter what I do, when I start using a singleton, it just turns into this weird kind of spaghetti mess. Whereas if I always plan on being able to create an instance and then try not to have, only the people concerned about that instance use that instance, it almost always works better, because there always just comes this point where you're gonna need it. The builder pattern is the play instead of a singleton. Am I right? I mean, those are all kind of maybe things. For me, it just seems like when I'm using a singleton, what I'm doing is I'm creating a class that I'm gonna spread throughout my code base in such a way that, yeah, the amount of coupling that's going on is smaller, but it allows for this really distributed coupling that probably shouldn't be. And it really allows your code just to not be organized maybe in the way you thought it should be organized. You should probably write your code in such a way that you understand the life cycle of your item, so that way when you do use it, it makes more sense. You're like, okay, this is the tree of where it's used. This is where it should exist. Why would you have why would you have this global variable that agrees across a line? It almost always is naughty. I find myself always writing code. Like I said, it's just a global variable. It just becomes this big global variable problem, and it is very, very, frustrating. A config singleton is bad too. I mean, it's not. I mean, I understand this. See, this is the problem about all design things. You can never really say they're uniformly bad, because is a config to a server a bad thing? You kind of want everybody to be able to use a singular config. But then you have to ask yourself, why are you organizing your code in such a way that you have all these islands that exist that are relying on this config object? What's happening? Why is your code organized this way? Almost always, it comes down to this whole idea that when you start relying like that, something has gone wrong. And I can't quite say why it's gone wrong. It's just gone wrong. To me, it's like a code smell. That's how it's always been. I don't know why. The end. The end. I have used Singleton. I recently used one in Netflix for doing a partner integration with the television audio. So yeah, it was an ALSA connection. So yeah, to make ALSA work well, I did have a Singleton for that. That made sense because ALSA, you just kind of have to have it managed through a singular point. That makes total sense. Your mom's a Singleton? Thank you. Oh yeah, we were gonna host that one person because her name was like, what was it? Her title was like Ass Grind. Tenshi. Oh, we're not even doing Valorant anymore. I feel like I can't raid without the Valorant. I liked the Valorant. Oh my goodness, is G still on? If G's still on, we're raiding G. We're raiding G because she always raids me and I never get the chance to raid her. Just shut it down! Come, are you guys ready for the greatest raid of all time? G is amazing. She's awesome. She's kind. We got to raid her before she raids me because I feel like she's going to be ending her stream at any moment, and thus I'm going to lose my amazing opportunity to actually raid her. It's Wednesday, dude. It is Wednesday. Bye-bye.
To Summoner's Rift. 30 seconds until minions spawn. First blood.
It was in this very square in 1572 that Inca leader Tupac Amaru was executed by the Spanish, finally ending the Incan Empire. But for us, it's the place from where our journey will begin as we start what will be a mammoth adventure along Andean highlands and Amazon basin in the footsteps of conquistadors and liberators on our way to our ultimate destination, the troubled country of Venezuela. Join me. Well, we begin our journey along the very same streets that conquistador Francisco Pizarro entered Cusco in 1533, riding on beasts never seen before in South America. You can only imagine the fear that the people had here seeing those frothing stallions covered in armor for the first time. Not much has changed here in old Cusco. I'm in the middle of something. What the hell? Hola, señora. Oh, ¿quién es? ¿Cómo se llama? Pancho. Well, the Incas didn't have horses, but they did have alpacas and little llamas like this one, which were a source of food and wool and transport. And still today here in Cusco, in the mountains, they're still an important animal. Hello. Oh, wow, what are you eating? Look what I've discovered here as we walk down to the taxi rank. A mural depicting the history of the Incas and Peru itself. From their beginnings in Lake Titicaca, from the construction of Machu Picchu and Cusco, their sun god Inti. And then further along, it depicts the history of the arrival of the conquistadors on their horses. Look at them, the conquistadors, killing the local population, destroying the Incan civilization. Wow. Christianity arriving in the nation, and then eventually, the arrival of the liberator from Venezuela, whose path we will be following, Simon Bolivar, El Libertador. Hola, sir, ¿qué tienes? Oh, no fumo. ¿Qué es eso?
Hábitos.
¿Hábitos?
Sí, para comer.
¿Para comer?
Sí.
Ok, yo voy a comprar. ¿Qué es eso?
Chicle.
You're saying that I have bad breath.
Chocolate.
Oh, tan mucho. Eso y eso.
Eso.
¿Cuántos, mi amores? ¿Cuántos? ¿Así? ¿5? Ok, wow. ¿Hablas español o en quechua?
Quechua.
Quechua.
Ajá.
Ok. Yo no hablo quechua, solo español. Thank you for telling me I have bad breath. Thank you. Adios, amigas. Abuelas. Ciao, ciao. Wow, what you just heard was my first ever attempt to speak Spanish on film. Hola, señor. Hola. I've been practicing, studying for the last year online. And this is the first time I'm actually speaking Spanish with Spanish speakers, although those grannies were Quechua people, actual Incan people, and they speak the language of Quechua more than they speak Spanish. Oh. You all right, Ben?
You all right?
Ready for a South American adventure?
Yeah, let's do it. Come on. Vamos.
That's the only word Ben knows in Spanish, vamos. Well, Ben, who's here, we've made it to the taxi rank to find the taxi to Abancay, shared taxi to our first stop. It's like 4 hours away. There's no buses running because of the protests that are taking place here in Peru at the moment. So we've got to jump in like some kind of shared taxi. But that'll be okay. We need 2 more people until our taxi can leave. Our shared taxi. Without 2 more, we ain't going anywhere. Need to hustle, Ben. Can you please round up some bloody Abancay tourists?
Hola.
That there was the Peruvian army that just passed it in the back of that pickup truck with their guns. And that's because at the moment here in Peru, there's a lot of protests against the incumbent president. And so shut down the roads and stuff like that. And so, yeah, you see a lot of army now on the streets, a lot of police on the streets. But we need 1 more person for Abancay. 1 more person. We can begin this journey out of Cusco and all the way to Caracas. It's going to be a mega adventure. If we can get out of Cusco, we need 1 more person for Abancay. Abancay, mi amor. Abancay. Necesito unos más. No. Mi amor is not going to Abancay. Mi amor is going somewhere else. 1 more person's turned up, and I think he's going to Abancay. Wow. And he's brought a music player. He's had some tunes going. Where's my bag? Hola, señor. Gracias. Principalmente Iquitos.
Ah, Iquitos.
Sí, principalmente Iquitos, pero
¿Está haciendo para
Abancay, para cada día, nueva ciudad, con...
Abancay bonito.
No sé, ¿sí?
Sí.
Oh, yo no sé, honestamente. Mira, primera vez.
Mujeres bonitas.
¿Sí? Ok, Iquitos no necesito, solo Abancay, por favor.
Yo que sé, para mí es un equipo que iba a luchar arriba, pero creo terminar sorprendido por un sincero que incluso...
Pero es un poquito difícil respirar aquí para mí porque es muy alto para una persona de Inglaterra. Entonces cada día necesitas... What's really funny is that the guy in the back has brought a ghetto blaster and he's pumping out his tunes. Like in England on a train it says, can you not even speak on your mobile phone please? And here he's just like, he's in the back of the cab, pumping his tunes out, cruising through the mountains on the road to Abancay. He's living his best life. He is the main character. That was a former roadblock, which fortunately has been cleared, so we can get to Akali. Not only are we passing roadblocks, we're passing through buildings that have been burned down by the protesters, government buildings. Yeah, there's some sort of revolution taking place here, it says. And we're seeing the aftermath of that damage here on the road to Akali. We're having a little pit stop on the side of the road. On one side, you've got collapsing hills and mountains. And down here, you've got a little trickle of a river. Have a look. Whoa. A little trickle of a river. Well, that little trickle of a river flows into a bigger river, and so forth, until it reaches the Amazon River, where we're heading to. So this, you could say, up here in the Andes Mountains, is the very source of the Amazon River. Now just a trickle. But by the time we reach it, it'll be quite a gushing torrent. Let's get back in the car and continue to whatever our town's called, Akali or something. Whew. Vamos. Gracias, señor. Ben's throwing up. Oh, go Ben, go. Oh, Ben. Oh, Benjamin. Oh dear. Ben's throwing up. So is the guy in the front. Everyone's throwing up. No yo. No usted. Sin problemas. Fuerte. Oh God. Okay, Benjamin. Get it all out, son.
How long left?
You're not built for the Andes.
It's horrendous. I don't know if it's the altitude or what.
Any more in there? These guys aren't Andean travellers like me. Look at me. I look like an Inca. I've got the constitution of an Inca. You right?
It's horrendous.
You should see the guy in the front. Sí, Benito?
Claro, tranquilo.
Tranquilo? Oh, you're expecting un centro histórico?
Sí, de carro.
Ah, okay. Oh, what is this place? This is Akali. Well, we've been dropped off on the outskirts of Akali, or whatever this town's called. Now we've got to go to the centre to get some food and then continue our journey. And what you see everywhere in old Peru, on the buildings are all these advertisements for different political parties. This is the Picky Party. Do they get your vote, or would you instead vote for Christian Zigara, Gobernador? If you want the governor of your region to be Christian Zigara, give him your vote. Right. Plaza de Armas. Let's find it. Ooh, we're here on the old Plaza de Armas. The main square... Hello, mujeres. The main square of the town. Señor, ¿dónde puedo comer? Mi amor, por favor, ¿dónde puedo comer aquí? ¿Restaurante, algo como así? Campo? Vaya. She said it's in the countryside. Let's have a look. Oh, and look. International Condom Day is the 13th of February. Wow. International Día de Condón. Hola. Interesante. Yo no sabía que eso hoy es Internacional Día de Condón. ¿Puedo una condón? Por favor. ¿Una foto? Vamos, hola, todos. Wow. Wow. The condom ladies. Vamos. Qué interesante. Oh, una foto como así. Ok. Con mi cara aquí.
Claro, pues así.
Ok, ok. Oh, wow. Ok. Wow. Qué interesante. Vamos. Wow, todos es sobre condoms aquí.
Salud sexual.
Muy sexual ciudad. Wow, me gusta. Wow. Ok, chica. Por favor. You're now the official face of condoms in this town. Prontos, yes. Super. We've got our condom. We've got our condom from this town. I can now leave knowing I achieved what I wanted here. A condom. Who am I going to use it with? Down here, we have the local pop group. They're called the Condom Kids. And here they are. They're like, oh, look, they're waving. Hello, everybody. Hello, hola, 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 hola. And they're going to do, oh, hello, hello, wow, even the ladies are waving. Look, everyone's waving. Hello. Wow. What friendly people in Abancay. And now they're going to do the famous condom dance of Abancay. Let's see it. Okay, vamos. She's saying, look how happy you are when you wrap up. That's what she was saying. And then she did a little dance. The little wrap up before you dip in dance. Anyway, let's go and get some food in the cafe. Well, we're in a cafe in the middle of Barakay, or whatever this town's called, and Ben's already complaining. We've been on the road for 4 hours out of a 6-week journey, probably something like that, and he's already complaining, saying his legs hurt, and he's thrown up. We've been on the road 4 hours. Just another 500 hours to go.
Off camera, he's the exact same. You'll see it in my video. He's always moaning. Oh, this lady needs help. Oh, it's a man.
Buenos días, buenos días. Inglaterra. Sí, turista. Sí. Sí, 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 sí. Voy a comer aquí. ¿Qué es eso? All right. Sí, 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 sí. Claro. No idea what he was on about. You're going to see a lot of that on this trip. Me saying C, 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 and then afterwards saying what? Anyway, let's read the old pregón. See what's been happening in this town. Do they have a page 3? Right, that was that. What a waste of a soul. Old school bottles. Welcome to Peru. What do you think of old Peru then?
It's no Japan.
Peru is in real crisis at the moment, which is why you have hundreds of people outside the banks just queuing up to get some money. That's why there are protests all across the country. It's really affecting the economy of Peru. And yeah, so this is the situation. People queuing up to get some money. All right, let's get to the bus station and head to Andahuelas. Taxi. Claro, gracias. Wow. What's a car? It's like Mauritania in here.
Look at this.
Okay. ¿Sabes dónde, señor? Gracias, gracias. Wow. So we need to try and get to our destination for the night, which is called Ayahuales. I'm probably going to call that town 10 different names by the time we get there, but I think it's Ayahuales, right? And check him out,
Yeah.
right? Where did that come from?
Oh, we're learning.
Ever since you became the face of condoms in this town, your Spanish has improved. Andahuelas. We're going to try and get to Andahuelas tonight. Spend the night there. The first day of a mammoth trip.
¿Se va para Cusco?
Sí, Cusco.
Ahora, ¿hay pase, pe?
¿Qué?
¿Hay pase?
¿El pase? ¿Qué es
O sea,
eso? Sí.
Normal, estaban yendo los
Normal,
carros.
sí, normal, sin problemas principalmente.
Eso.
Juez, where we going?
Andahuelas.
Andahuelas, ¿cómo es? ¿Es cerrado? ¿Es abierto? ¿O cómo? Calle.
Andahuela, la gente más fuerte, o sea, más...
Our man's saying at the road to Andahuelas, where we're going,
Andahuelas.
the villages that we'll be passing through, they're a little bit stronger, a little bit more wild than the road from Cusco, so we could have some problems with roadblocks. Interesante.
Los manifestantes, la gente
Manifestante,
es
sí.
más agresivo.
See, and the people on the road that we're going along now are more aggressive. Manifestantes, protesters, and they're more aggressive. So I don't know how we're going to get past them. Might survive, I don't know. We'll see what happens anyway.
En cambio, Abancay, la gente es pacífico.
And in Andahuelas, the town we're going to, though, they're more chilled and relaxed. But in between this town and the town we're going to, the people are wild, jungly types. Super. Gracias, señor.
Gracias.
Mucha suerte. Oh, okay. He needs to let me out of his amazing car. Wow. Gracias. Wow, check out the bus station. Ben, where are we going to?
Andahuelas.
Andahuelas. Wow, what a place. Check out this amazing mural that I found in the bus station. It's almost a Soviet mosaic. There's no mosaics in Peru that I've seen, but they do have great murals. Look, there's a puma, an Inca person, making some stuff. Oh, it's the development of the people. They've gone from Incas in the mountains, throwing off their chains, and now they're on computers, look. And here we go, and there's some old dude, some mythical dude. Hola, ¿cómo estás? Bien? Okay. And that's it. It says, Kunami Ichaka, which is probably Quechua. Eso es Quechua, ¿sí? No es español. Kunami Ichaka. There you go. And these are the Quechua people. Sí, claro. Adiós. Wow, suerte. Muy fuerte. Wow, más que yo. Adiós. Strong Incan children. Anyway, where's Ben? Where's the ticket? Where's the bus? Let's go to Andahuelas. Benjamin. Okay, vamos. De Inglaterra, nada más. Gracias.
Backseat.
12 and 13. 11 trosse, Benjamin. 11 trosse. Whoa. Where's the Gopnik going? Where you go? Okay. The Gopnik's run off. Oh. That's the worst trip ever. What are we doing? It's just us two and a Gopnik. Peruvian Gopnik. First on the trip. Here it is. I don't know why we're in the worst seats. We're obviously the two tallest people in this town. Definitely going to be the two tallest people on this bus. The Peruvians are up 5'4". And yet we've got the least legroom seats. Why has he done that?
I'm 6'1". What are you?
You're not 6'1". You're 5'7" and not a centimetre over. Más gente, señor. Señor Gopnik. Más personas con nosotros? Okay, señor Gopnik, gracias. Wow. Señor Gopnik just told us that more people getting on. I'm sweaty, about 30 degrees. I'm in a flipping poncho made for the Highlands. I didn't know we'd be descending into the Amazon basin so quickly. They're reversing the car up. We got in the bus literally 5 minutes ago, and now we're already parking up in some other bus station, waiting for other people. Here we go. In you come, boys, in you come. Where's Señor Gopnik? Here's Señor Gopnik. ¿A dónde, señor? ¿Andahuelas? ¿Como yo? Juntos. Andahuelas, sí, señor.
¿De qué país?
Inglaterra. Inglaterra. Viajando a través de Perú. Primera vez. Pero me gusta. Me gusta, sí. Inglaterra.
¿Habla inglés?
Hablo inglés, muy buen.
¿Español?
Español un poco. Sí,
¿Italiano?
un poco. No.
¿Alemán?
Ruso.
¿Ruso?
Ruso.
Entonces usted salió de...
Я говорю на русском. Я говорю Putin. And I know Mr. Gopnik likes Putin.
¿Quiere mandar un misil a Inglaterra?
Okay. No, ¿qué? Misil a Inglaterra. No.
Uno nomás desaparece y todo Inglaterra.
Sí, finito. Pero no.
Ordena. No.
Yo voy a llamar Putin. Putin. No. Otro país, por favor. France. Por favor, France. No me gusta. This lady across the street is looking at me and smiling. Hola, mi amor. Hello, do you speak English? No English? Oh, ¿por qué no? Desafortunadamente. Do you go to school? No school? ¿Por qué no? Okay. This is bye-bye. Nice to meet you. Bye-bye. Bye-bye. That wasn't the person that was flirting with me. That was a school child that arrived. But across the road, there's a lady who just keeps looking and smiling. I think she's not seen a foreigner before. She runs the ice cream stand. Maybe I should go over there and flirt with her a little bit, since I've got my condom from this town. let's go and speak to mi amor. Hola, señor. ¿Qué tienes para comer? Helado. Uno, por favor, mi amor. Gracias. ¿Sole con helado? Oh, sueno loco, señor. ¿Cómo estás? Sin soles. She wants to put salt on my ice cream. No, solo helado.
¿De un sol o de dos soles?
Un sol, por favor. Un sol, gracias. No entiendo. ¿Quieres una cita conmigo? Señor, no tengo mucho dinero para usted. Solo eso. Ok, mejor que nada. Solo, ok. Mucho gusto. Adiós, mi amor. Wow, eso es mi amor. Get out of the way, Gopnik. For you, sir, the greatest ice cream, guaranteed to give you the shits. Eat it, I dare you. It's the greatest ice cream. Thank you for an ice cream. Say it did, honestly. Lick it. That's what she said. Nice? Ted doesn't like his ice cream. Because he threw up earlier, and now it's going to make him have a shit on the bus. I'm going to tell you something about this area that we're travelling through now we've left Cusco. And we're in an area that is controlled, or no, I should say was controlled, for over a decade by a leftist, or some would say terrorist organisation. I doubt they would describe themselves as that. But they were called the Shining Path, guerrillas of the Shining Path. And they wanted to bring about a very leftist government here in Peru. And for about 2 decades, they controlled this entire area. They wrestled control of this through gun battles, and maybe terrorism, you could say, against the Peruvian government. And so there's a very heightened police presence and army military presence in this area to stop the Shining Path guerrillas from retaking control. Right now, Peru, the government of Peru controls this area. But the Shining Path, they're trying to take it back. And that's why everywhere you go, there's a lot of police around, a lot of army and stuff like that. But yeah, I feel safe. It started raining and mi amor is just getting stuck. Mi amor! El clima es peor. Oh, pobrecita mi amor. She's got to stand out there in the rain selling ice creams for $1 sol. Probably sells like 2 or 3 a day. That's like £1 a day. Not even that, $1 a day. Mi amor. Oy, oy, oy. If I was a real gentleman, I'd give her my contract, but I don't love her that much. No room on the back of this bus. We're so closely jammed in together, I feel like I should slip that condom on. Like the hotel. Can't breathe. Oh, this is a flight of 4 hours to our final destination. No puedo respirar. We're so high up here, look, the mountains collapsed and washed the road away. So, we've had to get out the bus and let the bus move on without us, so we can go over the rocks. This really is Inca country. They would have dominated this landscape 500 years ago, all the way from Chile, all the way up to, well, Quito in Ecuador and a little bit further, one of the largest land empires. And it all happened, this empire, with none of us in Europe knowing it even existed. Not that the empire of the... My brain doesn't work, we're so high. The, what were they called? Not the Aztecs, who were they? Those people, Incas. We didn't even know about the Incas, didn't even know about South America. But he had this advanced civilization here all that time that we never knew about. Whew, and it's so high I can barely breathe. No oxygen. Let's get back on the bus. Ben, you ready?
Well, how much for swap seats with someone, do you reckon?
I don't know.
Please translate.
Drive.
1 hour.
Look at the roadblocks everywhere just left over. Oh, man. Oh. More roadblocks left over from the protests. They're not manned anymore, so we can pass them, but look what they did to the roads, the villages. And so once again, we're out the bus, marching over the roadblock. Whew. What a time to be travelling in Peru. No wonder everyone said don't come at this time, because you're going to have so many troubles trying to weave your way around the roads, and they were right. These roadblocks are every few miles. Señor, todos esos es gracias a Presidente Nueva. ¿Sí?
Ajá.
A la gente aquí ¿gusta ella o no gusta?
No.
No, principalmente no, ¿sí?
Bueno,
Okay.
pues es por bloqueo.
Entiendo, ¿sí? Freedom. Suerte todos. Ah. Hey, Ben's running off without me. Oh, don't leave me. I'm getting in. Hola todos. Oh. Wow, tuk-tuk. Gracias. Oh, super. Hotel Lux, señor. ¿Sabes?
No, bueno, ¿no?
Hotel Lux.
No comprendo inglés.
No, ese es español. Hotel Lux. Hotel. ¿Entiendes hotel? Okay, we're gonna guide you. Yo voy a decir a dónde. Vale. Wow, it's a real rickshaw. Eso es de India. Eso, de India, ¿sí? Sí. Interesante. Okay. Me gusta. Ooh. We're in a rickshaw. In our final destination for the night, going to the Hotel Lux. Ben, tell me about the Hotel Lux.
It costs £8 a night.
It costs £8 a night. Probably not very luxe, but we shall see. Y cerca... Ah, sí, yo sé. Esta. Sí, señor. Muchas gracias. Oh, gracias. Gracias, señor.
Gracias.
Oh, what an honest man. What's an honest Indian tuk-tuk driver? Let's go and see this place that Ben's checked us into. Ooh. The Hotel Lux. And an Indian little flipping tuk-tuk. Namaste, Saab. Dhanyavad, Saab, Dhanyavad. There he goes. Off to Mumbai. Why has the Hotel Lux got no windows on the... Oh, Jesus. Okay. Aquí? There's not even a sign saying Hotel Lux, but we think it's here.
There is a phone number on the phone.
Okay, vamos, let's phone it. I'm going to phone up. You're going to hear me speaking Spanish on the phone for the first time ever. No answer at the Hotel Lux. What a disaster. Mujeres, por favor, ¿tú no sabes dónde es Hotel Lux? Hotel Lux. ¿No? Oh, ¿por qué no? Mujeres, ¿tú no sabes dónde es Hotel Lux? Hotel Lux. No? No, okay.
What's the plan then? Go to another place?
Different hotel, mate. We've been turned away like Joseph and Mary on Christmas Eve at the Hotel Lux. Gonna look for another place down the road. Oh my God, there's a hotel called Hotel Conquistador. We're going. I don't care how much it costs, I'm spending on the Hotel Conquistador. Buenos días, señora. Dígame, por favor, ¿tienes dos lugares? Los tres. Do you have a room? Do you have a room? No, you don't have a room. Bye-bye. Let's check out room 205 at the Hotel Conquistador. I'm sure it's mega. Alright then. What are we getting for 12 quid in old Peru? Let's have a look. Oh, okay. Has the vibes of the sort of place you'd bring a cheap woman for an hour or two. But for one night, I think it'll be okay. Dump the bag, let's go out. We are out of the Hotel Conquistador and back onto the mean streets of whatever this town's called, Ayahuasca or something. Where's Ben? Benjamin? This is our first time really in small town Peru. And check it out. It's I kind of like it. Look at it. You got old architecture and old dudes. And not much else. Mi amigo quiere comer. Try some, try some, try some. Don't be afraid.
You try it.
Miedo también, como yo. No es llama, no es llama. Hamburguesa con llama.
No.
Alpaca, no. En serio. Eso es Perú. ¿Qué tienes más rico? ¿Carne? Ok. No llama, por favor, no llama. Pollo, pollo. Solo pollo. ¿Cuántos, señor? ¿Cuántos? ¿5? ¿5 dólares? Yo sé, mi Roma. Benjamin. Have a bite, mate. Take a bite. Come on, street food trial.
What's this yellow sauce?
Oh, no, it's stag down there.
The cheese?
Come on. Ciao, amor. Ciao, 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 ciao. Mucha suerte, mucha suerte.
What is this?
I've handed it off to Ben and I'm scarpering. Ah. Sí. Ah. Helvide. Gracias, gracias, gracias. Gracias. Honestamente, persona. Okay. Okay, gracias. No idea what she was on about. Anyway, Benjamin, rate street food review. Street food review. This is street food review in a small town in Peru. Okay, rico.
Another bite of burger.
Go for it. Normal.
Yeah, that's yours.
Yep. Anyway, so what we're doing is we're walking. I knew it'd be awful. Where's the bin? Well, we've made it to a place that we can have some beer. And Ben, well done, mate. First day over.
Salute.
Salute.
What a day.
What a day. Brutal, right?
Brutal.
Brutal day. Many more of those to come. See you tomorrow. Buenos dias from day 2. As we now are going to head to the town of Ayacucho to finish our trip in the Peruvian part of the Andes. Let's go and jump on a bus to Ayacucho. Señor, por favor, mi amor. Gracias. Mi amor? Mi amor. Trick, man. Señor, gracias. Terminal Ayacucho. Gracias.
6 a.m. Why are you screaming?
It is very early. I'm trying to come with some energy to psych me up for this 7-hour bus journey we've got to take to the town of bloody Ayacucho. Bye-bye, whatever this town was, with that terrible hamburger from yesterday that I never even ate.
Ayacucho.
Okay, gracias, señor. Roadblocks. Even in the town there are roadblocks. Former roadblocks. Gracias, señor. Adiós. Wow. Buenas. Ayacucho. 2.
Hasta Pampas te llevo.
The taxi costs 700 soles to Ayacucho by another alternative route.
Por la pista no. Por la pista no, por otra ruta, por acá no. No hay pase ya. No hay pase, la han cerrado ya. Ya
mucho.
Puente, la han cerrado ya. Eso.
700?
Sí.
It's mucho. I've got some bad news for Ben. It's going to cost a fortune to do this by another route. Ben, we're not going.
What?
We're not going unless you want to pay 700 to get to Ayacucho, because they've closed the road and we've got to go like some mountain different route, but it's 700. So I have a map on my phone which updates the protests around the country. And look, the red dots represent protests. And outside of the town where we are, Andahuelas, there's a protest, There's a protest, there's a protest, there's a protest. All the way to Ayacucho. And these are protests with actual people manning them. So we've got to decide if we want to pay 200 quid or whatever it is, $200, whatever, to drive around the protest through like some mountain roads. It's going to take a lot longer, but at least we get out of town. So these Viva El Paro signs. El Paro, or Paro, was the ex-president who was very popular with certain sections of society, especially in the more rural areas, because he was seen as someone who helped la gente, the people of Peru. And then he was overthrown in a somewhat unconstitutional kind of bit of shenanigans. And now there's a new president that no one likes, a female president. No one seems to like her, and that's why there's roadblocks. Protesting at the somewhat unconstitutional overthrow of Paro and the sticking into power of this new president. So I'm with Paro. Viva El Paro. Viva El Paro. Viva El Paro. Sí. He's Viva El Paro too. Mujer, Viva El Paro también. Viva El Paro. Sí, Paro. Everyone's for El Paro. Viva El Paro.
Caso contrario, evalúe la posibilidad de su renuncia.
Y viva El Paro. Viva Paro. Viva Perú. Ok, adiós. Really, as you're passing up these roads, you're seeing these rocks and gives you an idea of the scale of protests and the dissatisfaction of the Peruvian people, many of them, with the new president. Let's see what happens on this road. What a nice view. Well, we'll just stop the car for a second here at one of the, what was one of the roadblocks. Huge lumps of rocks. I mean, it took some effort to put these roadblocks up. We're up high in the mountains, it's difficult to breathe. So I suppose, well, I don't know where they got them from because they look different than the rocks that are surrounding us. But yeah, now they're cleared. They've cleared a path. But these were the roadblocks that have covered the country. Yeah, all up there as well. Just loads of them. Wow. Let's see if we meet any protesters on the road. And there's Benjamin having a pee. Let's get back on this this journey. It's so difficult to breathe up here. Just talking about the roadblock is making me have to gasp for breath. We are so high. Yeah, let's continue on our journey. Try and get to Ayacucho. Wow, música. Buenas. Oh. Well, this is very, very small town Peru. A little bit of music being played in the background. Hopefully it doesn't demonetize me. A few shops, a man listening to the radio. A few mangoes for sale. Of course, some more political paintings. We are Peru. Somos Peru. Vote for Caesar. 2022. We missed our chance. 2022. We ain't going to. Buenos dias, señora. And some random people here in this village. And this is really Shining Path country. These were the villages where Shining Path guerrillas came and took control, promising the people of these poor villages who, well, they live here, subsistence farmers, really. But yeah, Shining Path came here. Oh, we got someone stopping. Buenos días.
Oh, você.
¿Cómo estás? ¿Bien? Inglaterra. Inglaterra. Primera vez en tu pueblo.
Solano que estaba ahí.
Sí.
Solano, futbolista de
¿Sí?
Cristal.
No entiendo. ¿Quién?
Solano.
¿Solano?
Solano que el programa Solano.
Ah, ¿fútbol?
Fútbol.
Ah, sí, Solano. Antes. Muy bueno.
Bueno,
Peruviano. Gracias, señor. Gracias. Mucha gusta. See, they're friendly, but as I was saying before I was interrupted a little bit, these are the kind of villages that Shining Path guerrillas, the leftist guerrillas, came to and took control. Because, look, if you live in a house like this, you've not got much going for you. And so the leftist guerrillas, where there was a very attractive philosophy, communism, socialism, for people who don't have much. And here are some dogs. Oi. Señor, buenos días. Buenos días. Wow. ¿Es tu perros? Amigable? Okay. And so that's it. We've walked to the end of the village. Hola, hola, todos, todos. And yeah, as I was saying, these are kind of villages that guerrillas came to. Anyway, let's head back. Have a drink with Ben. Adios, adios. Adios, perros. Adios, adios. Wow, what a life. I mean, people who live here have probably never been to Lima even, you know? Not been anywhere. This is their life. And yeah, maybe a happy one. Who knows? Anyway. ¿Qué piensas sobre antes presidente Paro?
Pedro Castillo.
Sí. ¿Gusta o no gusta? ¿También sí? Sí, sí, sí.
Está encarcelado. Ese Dina Boluarte es
Sí, nueva. Se sienten muertos, peruanos. Malo, muy malo. Oh, yo no escucho muy bueno. Pues, si yo puedo.
Todos los militares están con ella.
¿Sí?
Todo puro derecho.
Es difícil vivir aquí probablemente en pueblos en Perú.
Ya que digan la verdad ustedes.
¿Qué?
Digan la verdad que acá la Dina Boluarte es la usurpadora. Eso digan ustedes, ya en la prensa.
No. ¿Sufriendo? Sí, difícil aquí probablemente, sí. Pero sí, no hay trabajo probablemente. ¿Es tu casa, usted casa? No, no, no. Okay. Wow. Hola.
Es la verdad, no, mentira, nada, lo que está sucediendo allá, acá, están eliminando a todos los que están a favor del pueblo.
Ok, señor, gracias, mucho gusto. Gracias otra vez. Mucha suerte. Adiós, niños, adiós, adiós, adiós. Suerte, señor. Gracias. Towns that we're passing through now, like half destroyed, burnt out, there's police everywhere, military. For whatever reason, this part of the country really had like the strongest protests, it seems. Oh, what a journey. What a journey it is, but some cash. Don't lose that, bloody hell. Don't want to pay him more than I've already paid him. Well, welcome to sunny Ayacucho. The sun's come out, warmed up a little bit. Ayacucho actually has a lot of historical history to it, It's a very important place for Peru. First, it was founded by Francisco Pizarro, one of the worst men in history in the 1500s. And then it was liberated in the 1700s, I believe, by one of history's greatest men, Simon Bolivar, the liberator of South America. But I'm in search of something a little bit more modern today, and that is some Just for Men. Because when I was editing earlier, I saw that my beard was all grey. And so just in case I bump into another ice cream seller somewhere, I need to darken my beard up, get rid of the grey. So we need to look some Just for Men. How do you say that in Spanish?
Eso es mi caboya.
¿Qué es eso? Mostrame, por favor, cómo usar.
Cabullera.
¿Qué es eso? Wow, this gentleman's made something else. I think it might be a weapon, one of those things that they throw, like in the film Romancing the Stone, but I don't know. ¿Cómo usar?
Hay que meter un
Enseño. Ah, ok.
piedrita.
Sí, sí, sí. Para luchar.
Ajá.
Ah, ok. Sí. Ok.
Ahí estamos, ahí estamos.
En una posición. Ok, super, claro. Gracias, señor. Mucha suerte. Hello. Well, I bought a weapon. My first weapon in South America. We're going to use it on someone. Maybe Benjamin. Hola, yo quiero color para mi barba. ¿Qué es eso? Sí. Maximum permanent dyes kit. Brown. Sí, creo que eso.
Póngase en caja, por favor.
Allí? Wow. We pay in a different place. It's like in the Soviet Union when you pay in a different place and then collect. Muchas gracias. Okay. ¿Dónde es mi cosa? Now we go to a different window to collect our stuff. Oh, muchas gracias. Oh, ¿no? ¿Mío? Creo que es mío. No tienes barba. Gracias, gracias. All right. We found our Just for Men. Or in this country it's called Life for Men. Because having a black beard gives you life. Let's hope that's true. Wow.
Oh, what are you doing, you know?
I bought a weapon. Peruvian weapon.
Why are you using it on me?
I don't know. Actually, it's on someone. Mate, this part of the journey is over. Have you had a good time in Peru?
Peru's been good. Routes of the travel, but it's been good time.
So far. It has been a lot of fun, but we're now heading down to the Amazon basin for a more tropical, sweaty adventure. I've got my Life for Men. It's not sponsored. But if you want to reach out to me, Life for Men, I'm your man. And we'll see you, in the next video, somewhere down in the Amazon as we make our way, continue our journey towards Caracas in Venezuela, the land of chamos and chamas and malandros. So, see you cowsers, as they say in Peru, later. Go? Finish? Adios. Finish. See you guys later. Ah, bloody hell, mate. So disrespectful. It's 9 o'clock in the morning here in Beirut. I've just flown into the region for the first time. The Middle East is a region of the world that, to be honest, I've never visited and I know practically nothing about. Very noisy, but I want to change that. I want to come here and travel around and meet some people and learn a little bit about this part of the world. It's not very Soviet, I can tell you that already. So join me as we make our way now to Syria.
What images come to mind when you think of the country of Syria? I'm guessing for most of us it's a pretty horrific thing, and that's because for the last decade, the media has shown us only images of war, destruction, and the suffering of civilians when reporting to the country. And of course all those things are true. The Syrian crisis has been a catastrophe for the people of that nation. However, I wanted to go and see for myself a little of what Syria is like now, in 2022. Surely there had to be more to this Middle Eastern country than what the media was showing us. I had no idea, but I decided to head there and try and find out and perhaps humanise and change the perception of the nation a little in my own mind, and perhaps in yours too.
Right then, let's try and find a taxi that's going to take us to ancient Damascus. Begin our adventure. Taxi! Yes, please, Governor. Hello there. Can you...
Don't stop.
Hey,
don't stop.
what are you doing here? What? Hey,
Drive.
What? Stop. Benjamin.
Where are you going?
We're going
Nice
to...
to meet you. I'm Abdullah.
Abdullah, nice to meet you, Abdullah. We're going to Damascus, ancient Damascus.
What are you gonna do in Damascus?
I actually have no idea.
Then I'll hotel.
How are you, Mr. Wilson?
Yeah, good, mate.
Long time no see. Where
I
have you
know.
been?
I thought I'd lost you in Ethiopia, mate.
Are you ready to try some local delicacies?
Mate, the McDonald's out there is supposed to be great. Can't wait.
Let's do
A
it.
Syrian Big Mac.
How do I say how are you in Arabic?
How are you? I mean, keep halak.
Keep halak.
Keep halak.
Keep halak.
Keep halak.
Keep halak. Halak.
Say halak. Halak.
Halak. Halak.
Keep halak.
Keep halak.
Or you can say kifak.
Kifak. I prefer this one. Kifak.
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 Only one word. Kifak.
Kifak. Are you lying to me? Does this mean something bad? No. All along the side of this highway that's heading down to the border with Syria is just refugee camps. If you look outside the window, you can just see lots of little shacks and huts. There they are. And those are the camps that displaced people from the decade-long war in Syria. They moved to Lebanon to escape the violence. Well, we're on the very border now. I've got my passport ready, going to go and get stamped out of Lebanon. Can I just show you, though? The old Mercedes. Merhaba. There are just Mercedes everywhere. Old Mercedes from Europe. Everywhere you go. Larders in the Soviet Union. But in the Middle East, it seems, old Mercedes. Check them out. Everywhere. Big old beasts. Let's go and give our passport. Get stamped out of Lebanon. I've got to put my camera away.
Yes.
Whoa, that's it. We've been stamped out of Lebanon, and now we're going to try and get into Syria.
There you go. Yeah, very good.
Italia?
England.
Quebec, UK.
How dare you, Italia? Oh, how dare you?
This is a college student.
Not Italy.
Yeah.
Oh,
Can you read
unbelievable.
English?
Unbelievable.
This is my granddad.
If you are a true British,
Yes.
what this image is for whom?
This, which image? Oh, okay, which one?
This.
This is Shakespeare.
Shakespeare. No.
I don't know. No? Who is it?
No, it's not Shakespeare.
I don't know.
whom, huh?
I have no idea. I'm a fake British. Cheers, boys. Thank you.
Shukran.
Wow, what friendly people on the border.
I know, fair play.
Oh, people are friendly in the Middle East. Who knew that? You don't get that when you turn up at Heathrow, making jokes with you, testing your knowledge of Britain. Oh, where are we? Oh, hang on. Okay, careful.
Oh wow, this guy's checking in the boots.
Yeah. Well, we're now driving through no man's land between the two checkpoints between Lebanon and Syria, and we've just seen a billboard with the first picture of the president of Syria, Bashar al-Assad. Abdullah just taught me how to say that. Well, we're still on the Syrian border. We've swapped cars. Our driver, Abdullah, has left us and returned to Lebanon, and we've got a new guy who's going to be our guide, or our driver at least, while we're here in Syria. So yeah, we're still not into Syria proper yet. We're still on the border, so I'm a little bit circumspect with the filming, but almost in. Already got our visas. $140 bloody for a visa. Absolute rip-off. Myself and Simon are just jumping out our car quickly here on the border, because up ahead is a sign that you don't see too often in life, and that is a road sign saying, "Welcome to Syria." Yep. Okay, Surfshark, thank you very much. I appreciate that. Guys, this is a very difficult trip to make to old Syria. Just crossed the border and we're going to begin our journey. And to make it happen, I want to thank Surfshark for sponsoring the video. Load on using our data. That's right. You put Surfshark on and then watch Netflix from flipping anywhere in the world, any country you want, by changing your unique VPN address. Now, what do you think I'm doing here in flipping Syria when I'm driving through the desert? Looking at rocks and sand, talking to Simon Wilson? Hell no, I'm watching Netflix. But what kind of Netflix do they show here in Syria? I'm going to tell you. Syrian flipping rom-coms, probably, which actually might be quite funny. If you speak Syrian, which I don't. So I want to watch a bit of Netflix from America, from England, from France, from Germany, from anywhere. And do you know how I do that? I download the app from flipping Surfshark, and I can change my VPN to one of those countries and watch films from that country. Download Surfshark by Corrupt. Free. For spot. Let's continue. Simon Wilson, let's explore Syria. What's especially interesting to me is that as we pull into the outskirts of Damascus, is seeing the road signs for cities I've only heard about in, well, yeah, on the news, I suppose. Places like Homs and Aleppo, to see street signs pointing in their direction is just really interesting for me. See them with my own eyes. So I'm really, yeah, looking forward to exploring anyway, a little bit of Damascus and then further afield in this country. We've arrived in wonderful Damascus, myself and Simon. We're going to meet the man soon who's going to guide us around Syria. Let's hope he's a nice guy. We'll see when we meet him. But he's going to go, hello there. Hello, hello.
Hello.
Are you from Damascus?
We are originally from Hamal.
From Hamal, okay, okay.
But I was born and raised here.
Okay. And who is this, your sister?
She's my mom.
Stop it. Not true. Impossible. Impossible. Not at all, not at all. More than welcome. Nice to meet you. Nice to meet you. Super, thank you. Thank you. I don't know what you said, but thank you so much. Zarami, hello my friend. How are you? Pleased to meet you. Benjamin. And my friend Simon.
Hi, how are you? What's your name, sorry? Rami. Simon. Lovely to meet you. Wow. It's great to be in Damascus.
Yeah. Actually, it's great to see you in real, because I saw your videos.
Did you?
Yeah.
We're not as impressive in real life.
Yeah.
Well, we're walking through Damascus. Can you believe it? We're actually in Damascus. Look at Damascus. Wow. Hey guys, how you doing? Wow, friendly Damascus people. Anyway, let's go and find the hotel. We've got, excuse me ladies, thank you, that's okay. We're going to go and find our hotel, dump the bags, and I suppose our man here, Rami, is going to...
Yeah!
Oh.
How are you? Nice to meet you, man. Ah, lovely to meet you too.
Simon's met a subscriber on the streets of Damascus. Ah, where are we? This is our hotel they booked us into. It says 5-star outside. Look at it, look at it. It's the Bet Wali. Oh, where are we going? Where are you taking me? Secret corridors. Beautiful.
The third.
Okay. Number 507.
501.
Ah, 501. Ooh, thank you. Let me have a look at this room. Wow. It's a room for a king. Ow! A clumsy king. Wow, super. I'm happy with it. Thank you. Wow, here we are then. In old Damascus. Let's check out the bathroom. Look at that. A sink for a fair maiden from the Crusades. Look at it. And a shower with a little frilly curtain. You don't get that in Moldova or Kyrgyzstan. But you do in Syria. Let's dump our bags and go out for a little exploration. I like it. Not a problem at all, not a problem at all. We are back on the streets of Damascus, and Rami, our mate, has said we're going for the best shawarma in all of Damascus or all of Syria?
In the whole, not all Syria.
Oh, not all of
but
Syria.
In this part, because you know it's really special. It has this garlic cream, and also the pomegranate sauce.
Okay.
So really special.
Shawarma with pomegranate sauce. Let's go and check it out. Well, look at the size of what the heck. When you see a shawarma in Ukraine or in Russia or somewhere, like on the spit, they're little things, and here it's a look at that spinning round. Wow. Hello, sir. Wow. Look at that. From England. And this is the price list. This says shawarma, and that says chips, and that says burger, and that says very delicious. Come and get it. Pepsi? That's how you write Pepsi. That's how you write Pepsi in Arabic. Cola. Cola. This way. Really? It says cola. Cola. And it's cola, Pepsi.
Cola, Pepsi. خبز صاروخي. الصمون.
Who knew that you've got to read it backwards? Number one shawarma in Damascus.
And Damascus.
Yes. It's official. Pomegranate is the secret recipe. You put a bit of pomegranate sauce, and that's it. You get the best shawarma in all of Damascus. Here at Shawarma Sharif. Simon spilled garlic sauce all down his top.
Jesus.
Bye-bye, bye-bye, bye-bye. Nice to meet you. Nice to meet you. Wow. You turn up for a shawarma and you make friends in Syria. That's how friendly the people are. We're just walking through a back street of Damascus just after finishing our amazing shawarma. And look what we've stumbled upon. This is how ancient Damascus is. It's been inhabited for thousands of years. Look at this. Just random Roman columns just here, rotting away in a park. Check it out. These aren't fake, these are real. And look here, we've got ancient graffiti. Look, ancient Snoop Dogg and Diablo Mars. That graffiti is ancient. But no, being serious, this is like amazing that you can walk through the back streets of a city and just stumble upon 2,000-year-old columns. Where else can you do that? Rome, probably, or Greece. But yeah, Damascus too. Check it out. Well, we've just jumped in a taxi with our new friend Rami because apparently there's a football match on today at the stadium. So we're going to go now to the football stadium and see a Syrian football match. Let's go and check it out. Has he been a taxi driver for a long time?
قديش صار لك تاكسي شوفير تاكسي؟ 30 years.
30 years?
30 years.
Was he
taxi driver?
Was he a taxi driver during the war here in Syria?
كنت بالأزمة تاكسي كمان.
So taxis and things were still working in Damascus at that time?
التاكسي اشتغلوا بالأثناء الأزمة يعني كنتوا تشتغلوا They never stop.
هون بالمدينة إنه ما صار شيء.
Because in this city nothing happened.
السنة المدينة إنه ما صار شيء.
So they kept functioning and working despite all the fuel problems and stuff.
Okay.
Can you ask our friend to teach me the word friend in Arabic so that I can use it on my trip? How do you say that? Sadi. Sadiq. 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 Simon?
Yeah?
You are my Sadiq sometimes.
Only sometimes.
Only sometimes.
You're my khara all the time.
What am I?
My khara all the time.
What is khara?
It means lovely person.
I don't trust Simon. I think the word khara means something bad. But we'll get to the bottom of this. We're following some fans through Damascus towards the stadium. We're at the stadium. Let's go and watch some football.
This is tickets for
Okay.
Inter's.
Yeah?
أنا عربي ما بفهم تفهموني أجنبي.
How much is Sadaki? How much is Sadaki?
1,000.
1,000. Deal. Bargain.
Yeah.
3, please. 3. Look at the tickets here. They look like they were just printed on a copy machine. Good. Hey, thank you. You're an honest man. I forgot. Thank you. What team is playing? What team?
الوحدة
Al-Wahda from Damascus.
Damascus.
Damascus against.
Lataki.
Lataki.
We are Damascus, yes?
Yes.
Okay, good. We're Damascus.
Which channel? Which channel?
YouTube. YouTube. Travel channel. Okay. Penalty to Latakia. Let's see if they score it. I don't understand the sense of humour. Latakia, the other team, scored, but the Damascus fans are celebrating. I don't know. I don't know what end we're in. Maybe we're the away fans. Damascus? Damascus? Okay. Thank you, sir. Thank you. We're in the away end, for fuck's sake. We're with Latakia. And I've been shouting, come on Damascus. I could have got my head kicked in. Flipping head. Come on Latakia. Yes, yes, yes. Damascus team has left the pitch in protest at the penalty. They're walking off. Hey, bye-bye. Bye-bye, Damascus. So the rule is if Damascus don't return to the pitch within 10 minutes, they forfeit the game. The fact that they've even got that rule tells me tantrums happen quite a lot in Syrian football. Sign him up for Chelsea, legend.
Yeah, sign him up for Chelsea, they're shite.
He's better than Harry Maguire. The game has been called off. Latakia are the winners. Damascus are chickens. Well, that was the Latakia versus Damascus match. Bit of an anticlimax, but what an introduction to what I think is going to be an awesome country. It's all kicking off. Oh, we're out into the beauty of Damascus. Hello, my friend. Hello, beautiful Damascus. Wow, what a greeting as we begin day 2, the trio. So
really lovely. Harold looks different. Harold, is that you? No.
The trio. We are beginning day 2 of our journey here in Syria, and today we're going to leave the capital and we're going to head north towards towns that, well, we've all heard of, maybe in some senses, not always for the best of reasons, Aleppo and Homs.
And we'll pass by Malula, Aramaic village.
And we're going through an Amoraic village. We're going through an Amoraic village?
Yeah,
Have you heard that? We're going through an Amoraic village. Where else do you get that sort of content? Hello.
Jesus Christ language.
Guys, as I was walking to the car, you may have noticed I was carrying my own bags, but Simon made the locals carry his bags. Look, there's a man with his suitcase.
Listen,
There you go. There you go.
Listen, do you want me to grab his suitcase for you?
You are a disgrace. Stop exploiting the
suitcase is
locals.
that?
Stop exploiting the local Syrians. They've suffered enough already.
So even those buildings that are damaged, they need to...
Well, we've now left Damascus behind, and you don't have to go very far outside of the capital city to start seeing, well, remnants of the conflict that took place here in Syria. Yeah, I think now our journey is going to become a little bit different than what it has been so far. On the road outside Damascus, it seems that every few miles there's another military checkpoint. Checking our bags, making sure we're not baddies. Who's a baddie, who's a goodie in this conflict? I don't know.
What happened here?
So what happened? There was suicidal bomber
Here?
Here on this spot and killed the Syrian soldier in September 2013. And then it is a season for other militaries to sneak inside Syria. So they sneaked through the border of Lebanon and they came and they attacked this beautiful village, Malula. They destroyed churches, they destroyed mosques, and they started to force people to evacuate the place.
Well, I'm here in the ancient village Malula, a village that had been at peace for 3,000 years. This place has been habited for. And that peace was shattered during the war when the Nusra Front attacked it. And now you can see the scars of that war and what happened here in this village, Malula, everywhere you look. Let's go and have a look in what was once the town's hotel. Well, walking through this hotel, overlooking the brutality, the horror of the Syrian conflict. Everywhere you look is just bullet wounds, bullet marks. Look, pock-marked walls and shrapnel. Look here, just a trolley that has just been torn apart by bullets. Walls missing, rebar twisted, everywhere. You can't imagine, can you, just the horrors that the people of Syria suffered during this conflict. 500,000 people were killed directly because of it, and God knows how many millions more fled the country. It's a wonder when you see places like this and, well, the reminders of the war that anyone survived at all. Look at it. Everywhere you look.
Merhaba, merhaba. Wow. Hello, sir. Very pleased to meet you. Very pleased to meet you. Hello, sir.
How are you?
Hello, sir.
How are you? Nice to meet you. Nice to meet you.
Can you, Rami, can you ask these gentlemen what their language is they communicate in?
Aramaic.
Wow, so we're in this village of Malula and the people here speak exactly the same language, unchanged, that Jesus himself would have spoken. If Jesus was here walking, these three gentlemen would have understood him perfectly and said, all right, Jesus, how's it going? And Jesus would have said, yeah, all right, lads, in the language of Aramaic. Wow.
I can translate.
Could I hear some Aramaic? Yeah?
أهلا بكم غطينا وخاب بلوتة معلومة بلوتة ختموي وأثروي ورحموا الخد ليلة.
We're having a little drinky poos with this man in the shop here in Malula, ancient Malula. We're going to toast together to a happy Syria.
Cheers.
Cheers.
Michael.
Michael.
Yeah.
Michael?
Michael.
His name's
Abusha.
freaking Michael. You don't look like any Michael I've ever met before.
Ah.
What about you?
Shukran.
And you too. Cheers, Michael.
Shukran.
Wow.
Cheers.
Good old Mike. This is Mike, who works in the shop here in Malula. Well, I'm hiding the camera down below because we've just been pulled over at a checkpoint on the outskirts of Homs, but this isn't a military checkpoint, this is like a factional checkpoint. No one here is wearing army uniforms, unlike all the other ones we've seen. Here they're wearing black uniforms. So we have to be a little bit careful.
That was before Jesus. Can I have your passports, please?
Yeah, they're in my bag.
Guys, welcome to Homs.
Well, we're in the ancient city, although we're in the new part, of Homs. Check it out. The centre of Homs. Look at it. These are the Homsian people. Let's have a little walk up the street and see what we can find. Who's he talking to, this gentleman? Talking to me? السلام عليكم.
الكاميرا هيك شيلها.
Yeah.
متصور؟
Huh?
شو اسمك؟
England, London.
What's your name?
Benjamin. And you? Mahmoud. And watching policeman?
من وين أنت؟ من وين؟
No?
من وين؟
Parveen?
من مين؟
Benjamin.
Benjamin. من وين؟
Manuel.
بريطانيا؟
Taxi. Britannia, yes. Brighton. Brighton, the gay capital of England.
Oh.
Yeah, exactly. Better be careful. Your car?
Hi.
Okay, let's go. Yeah, let's go. Okay. Oh, spasiba. We are in a taxi in Homs. Straight on, my friend. Show me the wonders of Homs. Wow, nice Homs. I like it. Exactly. I was going to say that too, but you said it for me. Thank you. Right, where are we off to?
Zakaria.
Okay. Whoa, interesting. Wow. This is the real Homs, the back streets. This is a kind of tourist, non-tourist area that Simon and Rami are afraid to come. But not me and my mate Mohammed. We're coming down the back streets of Homs. Check it out. Whoa. Yeah? Excuse me. Whoa, very yellow for you. There you go. Okay. Oh. Just a couple of dudes cruising around the back streets of Homs.
Facebook, on YouTube?
Yeah, YouTube. Okay, no problem? Yeah?
Yes.
Okay.
Oh.
Mustafa wants to be on YouTube.
Madame Homs.
Okay, Homs, Mustafa, taxi.
People.
People.
Sakan Jami'i.
Yep, exactly right.
الله يرزقك صديق واحدة
Okay.
ثانية واحدة من هاي
It's okay?
واحدة بس
Enough?
واحدة ثانية
I don't know.
رقم
Thank you.
جولات
Finish.
Finish.
I look for my Sadiqs. Where is Sadiq? Hello, salam. Brother? Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, brother.
خلي هدول معك تعطيني هدول
No, it's okay. We're here in this part of Homs. You can really see, well, I suppose what you would expect of Syria if you've been watching the news for the last God knows how many years. I mean, just bombed out buildings, shopping centres, what was before offices and apartment buildings. Everything just destroyed in this part of the city, and that's because Homs is in the very centre of Syria, and so it's one of the first cities to be attacked, so that whoever controlled Homs could control the rest of Syria, so to speak. And if you're wondering why so many millions of Syrians left the country, well, take a look at it and you'll understand why. You'll agree with me when I say that Homs looks just like Belarus.
Is this for petrol?
Yeah.
People are pushing cars because they have cars.
We're on the road to Aleppo, filling up with some smuggled petrol from Lebanon. There's a lot of petrol smuggling here because of sanctions and because of the fact that the north of the country, where Syria's oil fields are now under control of Kurds and other people. So yeah, it's difficult here to get petrol for your car. And here by the side of the road also is a gentleman with some goats. They will be going into some shawarmas at some point in the future. Merhaba, merhaba. Wow. You have beautiful goats. Which one is your favorite? Okay.
هي واحدة مفضلة.
Yep, yep. Thank you. You're a great conversation. And nice meeting you. We're on the road north to Aleppo. We're now coming into the region of Idlib. And Idlib region is one of the most dangerous parts of the country. It's the last place, or the last governorate, as you could say, on the way north to Aleppo, where there is still fighting taking place between different factions. The towns and the villages of Idlib are still being fought over by different groups. The journey now until we get to Aleppo is going to become a little bit more dangerous.
So we are now in transit in the city, and then we will go all the way north to Aleppo, going through the road M5, right? And the M5, basically these red-colored areas are under the control of the government, Syrian government. The green one under the control of Nusra, Qaeda, the militants. They have different titles, but same ideology, same mentality. They are extremists. So we will pass through this area, and it is like 30 kilometers away from the territories that are outside the control of the government.
Well, we've reached the outskirts of the city of Aleppo. As the sign says, welcome to Aleppo. Lovely people, Syrians, but not the best spellers. But anyway, let's go and check out the city. See what it's like. I bet it's awesome. Well, I must say, I'm pretty impressed with Aleppo so far. It's all looking nice and untouched by the war or anything. Pretty buildings made of nice coloured sandstone, limestone, some stone. But, and even parks. Look at it. There's a swimming pool. Aleppo, city of dreams. Okay, okay, thank you. Nice to meet you. Thank you, thank you. That was a local Aleppan man, and this is the kind of stuff he has to walk past every day on his way to the market to make a few bob. Look at it. Unlike in the centre of the city, the business district is completely untouched there, pretty much I should say. But here in the old part of town, where here you can see the real scars of battle that took place between the government forces and the Al-Nusra Front, the faction that took control of Aleppo for a number of years. And look at it. Everything has been damaged. Thank you. Wow. An Aleppo barbershop. He sounds like he's doing a lot of trimming. I hope he's not going too crazy.
It's looking well.
I don't want to turn off the 3%. Was this man living in Aleppo in the war?
كنت عايش بالحرب بحلب ولا He never left Aleppo. He said we lived in fear here. It was really terrifying.
I can imagine.
Is it painful?
Very painful.
Yes. The Syrian experience. It's painful.
Are you fucking kidding me? What? Why are you doing this to me? Oh, bloody...
He's retaliating. Because they're British.
Oh, well, why are you doing this? Bloody...
The British government was involved.
This is the worst thing ever.
You'll never have this experience anywhere else.
Thank God. Thank you, sir. Shukran. Shukran. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. I'm looking handsome.
Very fresh.
Am I?
Mate.
Am I looking better?
Fresh, yeah.
Rami, have I got a chance of finding a Syrian wife now?
Well, just now, you can find it.
Finally?
Yes.
Presentable to their mothers and fathers?
I will try hard to find it.
They look right.
You can actually see your double chin coming through.
Well, I know that it's peaceful in Aleppo, but of course the signs of the war are everywhere. I mean, what's the future for Syria? How do you fix your problems? How does all this end and you start rebuilding?
Yeah, so the first issue is that we have foreign interference in Syria.
Okay.
And that is the number one problem, is that we don't need this interference. We Syrian people are really smart enough to solve our problems. So I would say if the future of Syria would be really good if those troops just leave Syria and leave us Syrians decide our fate and solve our problems.
You hear that, foreign troops? Get out. And as I say that, look what is here in front of us. A magnificent flipping castle. Hundreds of years old. Check it. Wow, that is magnificent. Did you know? Did you be honest? Did you know that Syria had ancient castles like this? I didn't. Let's go and look inside and see what it's like. Flipping heck, it's amazing. You know when you're a kid and you draw a castle, you basically draw this one. Look, big old moat around it, crenellated, turreted walls. Flipping heck. Of course now it's showing the signs of modern battles, but this castle has been attacked by pretty much everyone throughout history. The Mongols. The Mongols came all the way from southern Siberia, all the way here to Aleppo. Attacked this castle. Let's go inside and check it out. What a place Syria is. Well, for 4 years, the Syrian army was stationed up here on the very top of the old castle of Aleppo. For 4 years, they fought off wave after wave of attack by different factions who were trying to control the city of Aleppo. They were resupplied by helicopters, by the ancient tunnels that lead the way under Aleppo into the castle. Now, of course, with the war in this part of the country being over, the citadel has returned to, well, being a tourist attraction and a place for the young lovers of Aleppo to come and have a little kiss and a cuddle amongst the tall grasses and the old derelict buildings. It's a romantic city, is Aleppo.
Yeah, I'm from Syria. Nice to meet you. Where from, Aleppo or?
Damascus.
Damascus,
Yeah,
nice.
but it's also
My
for me,
twin
it's the
is
first
here.
time.
We are basically twins. I've met my Syrian twin. Wow, even wear the same clothes that I usually wear.
Exactly.
My God. We just separated at birth.
We really look alike.
We do look alike. Let's do a little.
Let's do it.
My Syrian twin.
Welcome.
Thank you. To the Baron Hotel.
Hotel Baron, old hotel in الشرق الأوسط.
The oldest hotel in Aleppo.
Since 1911.
Ah, I see. 1911. Built in 1911. Thank you. 1911. Let's go and see what it looks like inside. Agatha Christie stayed here, for God's sake. If it's good enough for Agatha, it's good enough for me. Wow. Oh, wow. Oh, wow. Check out the old map of Syria, archaeological map. Hey, look at this place. This is unchanged. Hello. 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 May I look at your beautiful hotel? Look at this place. This is a real tiny piece. It's got the old telephone box. And an old telephone. You're joking. Look at it. This is the kind of hotel that appeared in Agatha Christie novels. Someone would have been murdered. Probably the butler did it, with a lead pipe in the library. Let's look around. Look at this. This stuff, BOAC. They haven't flown for decades, but I suppose in the past, we had flights coming to Aleppo from London. You know, this place was, well, Aleppo in Syria was a place that people came to. You know, now, of course, it's off the tourist map because of what's happened with the war and stuff, but in the past, people came to the old Baron Hotel. Check it out. Going upstairs in the Baron's Hotel to look at the room where Agatha Christie stayed. Have you read it? Agatha Christie? Simon didn't know who Agatha Christie was. I thought she was super famous celebrity. This place, unchanged. Unchanged in the golden age of travel. Look at this. Here in the corridor, I'm going to show you, there's an old poster, an original, for the London to Baghdad Simplon Orient Express. You used to be able to get on the train in London and travel down to Baghdad on the Orient Express. Hence, Agatha Christie here wrote part of Murder on the Orient Express.
Agatha Christie.
Agatha Christie's... Wow. Look at this. This is unchanged. This is unchanged. Here's a picture of Agatha Christie. Here she is. Wow. How interesting. This is literally the most amazing hotel I've ever seen here in Aleppo. Yeah, okay. Not the most comfortable. Probably had a bad back.
What? Who is the Syrian? Hey, look, this is okay. I said, look, I have a head, I have arms, I have legs, I have body. I said, one arm can be what? A Jew. The other arm can be what? A Turkmen. A leg can be an Armenian. The other leg can be, a head can be an Arab, and the heart can be this and this. So the Syrian is a, after all this mixture, of course, as used, it is a big mosaic. So after that, in every Syrian you will find a part, somewhere a part of an ethnic group.
secular country in the Middle East. Christians, Jews, Muslims, Shia, Sunni, everyone lives peacefully in Syria. You look very good, Habibi. Very good, Habibi. Oh, look, it's...
It's Papa Smith.
Okay, well, yeah, good work. Keep going.
From where you are?
England.
Welcome.
Come to look at beautiful Syria. Nice to meet you. Good luck with your work. Bye-bye. Bye-bye. Well, as that young girl just said, we're passing through one of the souks that was completely destroyed by the war. You can see here the old shops. Not yet restored, still broken, but here we can see where they're starting to fix up Aleppo. And you can see here what the souks looked like before. Aleppo was a city that was on the Silk Route before. Trade and goods passed through Aleppo on the way from Europe to Asia and vice versa. And this is what it would have looked like. These are the old souks, the old bazaars, the old marketplaces of old Aleppo. Look how beautiful it all would have been, this city. What an amazing place it would have been. Until, of course, the war came to town. What do you sell in your shop?
Yes.
Wow. What are these? I see these on the streets. What are these?
This one?
Yeah, what is it?
This is for men.
Okay.
Like this. Somebody will do it like this. You know?
Yeah, oh, I like this one. This is the best one. This is the good one.
Yeah.
I'm too tall. I'm too tall.
Yes. It's difficult for me like this.
And you look like Lawrence the Arabian.
Yes.
Yes? Yasser
Very
Arafat?
nice. Yeah? Like the Yasser Arafat.
Exactly.
This is the
Hamas.
This one? No problem.
No? Okay.
No problem.
I'm
Who's
joking.
Marco Polo?
He's a poet.
Simon! Oh my God! I'm hanging around with ignoramus. Do you not honestly not know who
No,
Marco was?
he was born in Venice, I know that.
Yeah, he's born in Venice because the airport's named after him.
Yeah.
But do you not know what he did? Honestly?
No,
Oh, okay.
honestly.
Marco Polo. Oh my God, I can't believe.
Mate, you manufacture everything for your video.
Listen, I can't believe I'm hanging around with a couple of dummies.
You just said you're going to edit out that I knew what he said.
Well, who was Marco Polo? You got your chance now. Who was Marco Polo?
Are you winding me up?
Are you winding me up?
Mate,
Go on,
ask
tell
me. Listen, I'll answer when you ask me proper question.
Who was Marco Polo?
Marco Polo is a merchant.
Oh, here we
that
go.
Traveled through the Silk Road in
Thank
the 13th
you.
century.
Thank
Finally,
you.
go.
Thank you.
Exactly. That's exactly.
Simon.
He's just copied what I said.
Simon, you have
Right, can we go for a
Wikipedia.
McDonald's now or what?
Well now, Habibis, that is the end of our journey across the incredible, the ancient, the fascinating, the friendly, the delicious Syria. Simon Wilson, did you have a good time, mate?
Did, mate. It was a top time.
Yeah?
I would say this place is probably the most pleasantly surprising place that I've been, than from what I expected to what we actually got, if that makes sense.
Makes sense, mate. Shall we have a little word from our other friend on this trip? Rami!
Hello.
My Syrian brother from another mother. Thank you so much for this
my
tour.
brother. Thank you too for bringing attention to Syria, for giving people the authentic image here in Syria. And actually, I want to tell you that those guys are really as fun as off camera. Believe me, it was
We didn't
really...
pay him to say that.
Yeah, I mean, let me count them.
No, I did pay him to say that. Listen, guys, not really much more to say. I think that we've shown you the Syria as we experienced it. Yeah, just wanted to show you what life is like on the streets of Syria and in the towns and things. A little bit of the old, bit of the new, bit of the people, like this chap, a nice Syrian man, going for a walk in the morning. And that's it, nothing else to say. If you're worried about coming to Syria because you think it's dangerous, then I wouldn't worry about that at all. That's not an issue at all. Yeah, it's a fascinating country, and I'm looking forward to learning more about the Middle East. We'll explore more, but the next time we'll probably be back in Soviet lands, more familiar territory. But shukran, Syria! And goodbye. What's goodbye?
Bye-bye.
Oh, fair enough. Salam. Salam from Syria. See you later, guys. Yeah, good one. Bye-bye.